Okay, well, very good morning to each one of you. It's now 8:40. I think we're about 10 minutes ahead of time, behind time. Thank you very much for joining us on the Saturday, the 13th of July, and I hope you are warm wherever you are, and especially for those in the colder areas, I trust that you are safe and well. It's now time for us to commence, and I see my colleague the session already in terms of recording. So let me welcome you to this session. Today's session focuses on the online workshop, specifically the foundational skills in online facilitation. And we're going to run through what exactly this means for us in terms of what we want to achieve today. However, before I officially look at the objectives and welcome the team, let me ask to the virtual platform, Professor Lakala, who will officially welcome you to the session and provide some kind of greetings for you as well. Professor Lakala, thank you very much. I know it's a Saturday morning, it's family time, but we really appreciate you taking the time out and welcoming the participants to today's session. So thank you very much, Prof. Lakala. Let me hand over to you.
No, thank you very much, Dr. Chetty. And let me just switch on my camera for a moment so the colleagues can see who is talking. I'll switch it off later on. Indeed, it's a pleasure for me to open this online workshop. I think it's very appropriate workshop in the context of us having the challenges in the higher education. We do know that the high risk students are students that we are mandated to look after. We are mandated to upskill them. But the most important thing is that for us to do that, we have to have the necessary skills to do so. And for that reason, I'm very happy, Dr. Chetty, for these foundational skills in online facilitation. I think it is very apt to say the 21st century, we have to have the teachers who have the necessary skills to teach online and have the necessary skills to understand the students who is at risk and to have the necessary skills to know what is it that is expected in order to upskill these students. And I would like to thank you and also thank the colleagues from CPUT, SMU, TUT, UL, in partnership with the UNISA and under this UCDP program to have an input in what is the national question, so to speak. And it is my pleasure to also welcome the colleagues, especially the tutors who I can see they are here in numbers, because without the input of the tutors, without their participation, we will be found lacking in achieving what I just mentioned, i.e. to be able to be facilitators for the high-risk students. And for that reason, I also want to commend the professors who are in this group, the lecturers, because this is a partnership with the e-tutors as well as the lecturers, and of course the managers, in order to make sure that we don't fail. And I do believe that looking at the program, Dr. Chetty, I think today we have a very wonderful day in which we can all learn. And as the saying goes, we have to unlearn and relearn in order to learn what is expected. Because at times, colleagues, it is only the culture that forbids us from advancing to the next step. And I'm happy that we have the enthusiasm team here. I see already we are 29 in the meeting, and maybe there are still other people coming. But the program, as I look at it, it does include things that I think we will be happier and well equipped at the end of the day when we close the session, so that we can have the necessary skills. And I think the most important thing for us, and for me in particular, and that is the operational weight skills, because without these necessary skills, we will not be able to do our job as we are expected. I don't want to take much of the time, Dr. Chetty, and I see that the purpose and the objectives of the workshop, it's the next item on the agenda, which I do hope that you will narrate that so that everyone in this meeting is speaking from the same page. Broadly speaking, from where I'm sitting as the director of the School of Science, is to say that this workshop, albeit it's, in my opinion, late, but it's necessary for us in order to advance the academic project. And with these few words, Dr. Chetty, I would like to welcome the participant of this meeting. I would like to thank you also for facilitating this meeting because we need people with the necessary skills, and you do have that skills to be able to carry us. And on that note, then I would like to wish you for a successful workshop. Thank you very much, Dr. Chetty, and good luck to all the colleagues. And please participate as and when the question times comes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof, for those warm words. I think you captured it so eloquently. What we are here for in terms of our primary objective, especially in terms of ensuring that we can deliver across the country, across the nation, good quality education for our students, as well as some of the challenges that we have in terms of our high-risk students as well. But I think you alluded very nicely to the changing environment that we find ourselves in terms of technology, and why, even as institutions across the country, from tutors to academics, we need to think about advancing our competencies and skills. And I'm hoping that today, Prof, that we are able to accomplish that with the team that we have, and have a fruitful day for ahead of us as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, you will find that just your mics are muted. And the reason that we mute the mics is so that we do not have any disruptions when people are joining in and out of the sessions. However, we will open the microphone at key opportunities or moments in the program where we will have a more engaging session. For now, what we ask you to do is post your comments, your questions in the chat, and we will have a team of colleagues in the background who is able to assist you and provide some kind of communication. So we want to use the chat more effectively as well. So even if it's just a question or a comment or something that you want to say in terms of a response, please use the chat, and we can then honor some of those questions, comments, and from the chat itself. So let me run through the program today. Before I actually set the context, we have a really good program lined up for you. Some key people that we've been working with in the space of our time as the unit Academic Development Open Virtual Hub over the past couple of years. And I managed to pull a few of them to assist us today so that we map some of these elements out. So we have with us today, we have Microsoft. Microsoft is one of the strategic collaborators of and partners of the institution, the University of South Africa. It is also a collaborating partner of the Academic Development Open Virtual Hub. And they are going to show us, the colleague Banele, who will show us really about what Microsoft offers in terms of tools for online facilitation. We also understand that we need to rethink some of our pedagogical approaches, and we're going to talk a little bit about pedagogies for online activity. And I have with us together two colleagues who will unpack both the pedagogies and the academic integrity. Dr. Ingrid Murray and Professor Sheila Mafolele, who is going to unpack both in terms of pedagogies for online activity design, as well as what do we mean by academic integrity. And these two colleagues, together with the others, have been working with more than 350,000 students at UNISA over the past 3 years, and they've got vast knowledge that they bring in. I'm hoping that we use this opportunity to engage them more critically and understand where the students are coming from. We then have Ms. Jessica Nell, who will talk to us about using AI, artificial intelligence, and online tools for activity design. And as you know, that AI has really forced us to rethink many of our approaches within the higher education environment. And she's going to unpack a little bit about AI and online tools for us, specifically for designing activities. And then we have Wissam Natmo, who is going to talk to us about gamification to increase online participation. And we've seen this as one way that we can keep students engaged in what we are doing. And we're going to look at how we can harness gamification to actually increase students' online participation. Following that, we then have the session on academic integrity by our two colleagues again who will come and talk to us. And then we have David Alperstad who's going to talk to us about using analytics, right? And how do we identify students at risk? Now, this is critical because what it really talks to us is how do we identify the students way in advance to provide support for them and not only identify them when they start to fail the papers. So how do we actually identify these students at risk based on the various data, and what is the benefits of that data that we have at hand? And followed by that, my colleague Richard Wright is going to talk to us about a course that we've created, an online course which is open, and how you can access that course with some of the materials that we have discussed today. And that course is freely available for you, and he's going to walk you through the access of the course and what the course actually, basically the content of some of the materials in that course. And then we have Boysa Mpo, who is one of the our co-hosts today, and he will then conclude and round up for us. So we have a full program lined up for you. We do have a break and interval in the middle of this so that we have an opportunity to stretch ourselves a bit. And I know it's difficult to sit in front of a laptop on a Saturday morning, especially, but we're hoping that this will be a good opportunity for you. I just want to make sure that all of you are with me in terms of the chat. So all I want you to do quickly is just post a hello in any language that you want on the chat, whether it's English, Zulu, Afrikaans. We are multilingual at the university, so please just post quickly a chat or I or anything that you want to, just to say that we know that you are with us this morning. Thank you so much, Andre. Yes, I see the LOs are coming in. So good morning to each one of you. So just post in the chat so that we know that you've got access to the chat. Thank you so much. So the chats are coming in. This is great, colleagues. So now you see that this is how we use the chat, and just post. Anytime you feel that you want to comment, just post something in the chat. There's no right or wrong answer. There's no right or wrong comment. It's simply a space for us to communicate and understand each other. So I want to quickly set the context in the next 9 minutes for us that I have. And what I really want to talk about is why we are advancing the foundational skills, specifically in terms of higher education. And when we start talking about online, now we know that the online environment has changed drastically in terms of how we see ourselves, and specifically the fourth industrial revolution. Now, the fourth industrial revolution, we know that we went through various revolutions in terms of our different different decades that we went through. But what makes the fourth industrial revolution so critical for us in terms of rethinking, reconceptualizing the higher education environment? And if we look at the first revolution, the steam revolution, then the electricity revolution in the second 1900s, and then we looked at that revolution around the late 1900s, where we look at personal computers, programming data, very different from where we see ourselves today. But the fourth industrial revolution really talks about cyber systems, smart technology, big data. And as artificial intelligence is becoming more robust, we find that we are on the brink of a fifth revolution in terms of really looking at how AI is critically shaping and becoming a much more recognized force in the higher education environment. Now, what exactly is the fourth industrial revolution, right? So this refers to ongoing technological transformation of various industries and societies, and education is a critical space that has been affected by this, but represents a fusion of technologies that really blurs the boundaries between what we see as the physical, the digital, the biological domains. So we're seeing this complete continuing question of what is real, what is virtual, what do we mean by blurred boundaries. If we look at some of the key elements in terms of artificial intelligence, machine learning, also the other concept of deep learning, robotics, the Internet of Things, these are concepts that have found a critical space in our conversations and our dialogues over the past 3 to 4 years specifically. But what it's forcing us to do to think about is that we are looking at how we make decisions, how we interact with each other. So it's not just about understanding technology is like thinking about technology as a printing press. It's thinking about technology that has now become integrated into our daily lifestyle. If I had to ask you how many of you, if you left your phone at home and were on your way to work, would actually turn the car around just to go pick your phone up, many of us would say yes, because it's part of who we are, an identity that we've become associated with. So these are critical elements that we need to start thinking about, is how that technology is infused into our everyday lifestyles, right? So what are the main features when we think of the fourth industrial revolution? We're thinking of connectivity and the Internet of Things. We're thinking about automation and artificial intelligence. Even when we think of advanced robotics, right? So, for example, when we think of automation, we're looking at houses that have now become completely automated, right? From switching on your lights, switching on your stoves, your fridges, uh, even to the point of where you can control your vehicle. If you left your key at home, you can control your vehicle using a app. Start your car, switch on the lights, switch on your air conditioning car, track where your car is, even lock your car, unlock your car, set the destination of your car simply on a app. So this shows us the advancements that we've made in terms of our technology spaces. Data analytics and big data is really forcing us to rethink how we make decisions in our environments. And this causes us to think about it. It's not about just sitting and say, I have 500 students in my class. I can think about making a decision tomorrow on what they need to write for the examinations, or how do I need to set the paper. Data analytics allows us to understand our students' behavior, understand how our students perform, understand how our students consume knowledge, how much of time they spend online. That allows us to now tailor and customize what we design in terms of our students' assessments, etc. Cyber physical systems, we're looking at real-time monitoring, control, and optimization. And then we're looking at really personalization and customization, specifically technologies that enable the kind of tailoring to individual preferences, learning styles, etc. But we're also finding a decentralized and distributed system of power where decision makings are distributed across interconnected systems, right? So it's not just one system that controls the data. It's a much more decentralized process. And how do we pull that data from different spaces? So how can the 4R transform education? And these are some of the trends that I've picked up over the past years. Access to information, personalized learning is becoming quite critical. Interactive learning, and this is part of what we want to advance today, is the objective for us is to think that while we're thinking about personalized learning, how do we also ensure that the students' learning styles and this is where we talk about pedagogy, students' learning styles, students' preferences, students' behaviors form part of how we design our curriculum and our interactions. Interactive learning is that while we transcend the physical space, it doesn't mean that we do not have interaction in a virtual space. And this is where the colleagues are going to talk to us about even how do we design activities that are interactive. If we have simply PDF behind glass, it's not optimizing technology. If we have Word documents thrown up on an online space and say that that's how we define e-learning, that's not optimizing technology. We're simply using technology to distribute all mechanisms of or all modes of print-based material, etc. But that's not fully optimizing how we see teaching and learning, how we can create environments. And this is what it talks about, interactive learning. To the point of where we're now advancing augmented reality, virtual reality, mixed reality, to say to a student, even if you are 500 kilometers away from a nearest lab where you might need to experiment in, how can you create a virtual experience to allow that student to have that same simulated experience that they would have had in a physical lab? Collaboration and connectivity, technology can facilitate collaboration. It's not just for our students, even for us as academics. When we look at collaboration, the fact that we now have technology in our hand and we have more access to technology, more competencies with technology, it means we can collaborate on research across the globe. And there's some amazing collaborative projects that are currently being done, even in the space of teaching and learning. We're drawing case studies from different, specifically in the global south, across the global south, looking at how we teach from pedagogies to decolonial theories to looking at critical elements. So this becomes quite an important one for us. And then digital skills development is really that if we start thinking about the advancements of technology, we need to also think about the competencies that our students need to function in this online environment. So it's not just about discipline knowledge. And this is why it's important. Even as you think about advancing online facilitation, in the back of your mind, as you start designing, you should start thinking about, if I had to design this activity, what competencies do I need my student to have in order to successfully complete this activity? Digital competencies. That means the activity that I design needs to take into consideration these competencies that must be in place. And we're going to unpack that today with the colleagues and do that. And then lifelong learning is a common understanding that we are continuously learning in this process. Now, what are the current trends in technology being adopted in schools globally, universities? Learning management systems. Majority of our universities have learning management systems, whether it's a paid learning management system such as Blackboard or Canvas, to more open sources such as more open platforms such as Sakai or Moodle. These are all platforms that basically provide spaces for us to engage with our students, control the administration, provide the learning experiences. And that we found, especially in post-COVID, that it became not something that was now an addition. It became a norm in many of the spaces, including universities, including TVET colleges that didn't have this before. Online platforms, not just closed platforms. We saw a much more integration of even social media platforms, even to the points of where you had very Ivy League universities offering many master's qualification kind of skills going on Facebook, for example. So this really challenges how we see teaching and learning. Mobile learning, we know that a large percentage of our communities in South Africa are accessing mobile technology, accessing our learning materials, accessing daily banking using mobile devices. So how do we really bring that into the teaching and learning space so that we optimize accessibility amongst our participants itself? And then virtual reality and augmented reality, I mentioned this earlier. But what we're really looking at in terms of VR and AR is the term simulated learning experiences. How do we move towards much more simulated learning experiences? And then the last people that I want to capitalize on is gamification, which we're going to talk about today. And gamification really involves gaming elements and mechanics into educational activities to increase student motivation. So it's taking a culture that is already outside gaming, gamification. If I had to ask many of you, you would have probably agree with me that some of your best time that you spend is on gaming. And we're not talking about sophisticated gaming. We're even talking about simple gaming that you play on a mobile device. So there's this culture that is emerging amongst us in terms of gaming. And how do we bring that into the teaching and learning space? Adaptive learning here really talks about the platforms that use artificial intelligence, data analytics to personalize learning experiences. And David is going to talk to us a little bit about learning analytics specifically and how we harness that. Collaboration tools, and I mentioned this earlier, but we're really thinking about teamwork, creativity, and knowledge sharing. We just came out from from our own institution, from a critical workshop that spoke about the African knowledge and how do we create and bring technology to harness even indigenous knowledges in our space using these type of collaborative tools, right? And the last one is on coding and robotics. While we see many schools are now bringing coding and robotics into the spaces, think to yourself, right? And this is quite critical for me. If our students who are coming from grades 10, 11, and 12 have already been exposed to coding and robotics, they will come into an higher education environment expecting us to be at the cutting edge of technology integration, which means that they cannot wait for us as an higher education institution to catch up to technology. They come into higher education with an expectancy that we are already at the forefront integrating technology in our teaching and learning. If we do not meet their demand, we will end up having students who are finding that the university is too slow to adapt to their spaces. Our education is too slow to adapt to technology of integration, to the integration of technology. And this poses a major challenge for us as an higher education environment if we do not start thinking seriously about the competencies that we need to have, even as our own selves, as people that are delivering teaching and learning to our students. So throughout this day, we want to unpack this a little bit. You've now seen the context, you've now seen the changing environment. And what we really want to do is to say, what are the competencies, what are the skills that are needed, and how do we actually harness this specifically in our own environments, right? So now, with that background to set in the context for us, giving you an idea of what we want to accomplish for the next few hours together, I'm going to invite Banele to the platform, and Banele is an old colleague of ours. Microsoft, as I mentioned earlier, is one of our strategic partners. We also have with us, that has just joined us now, Ms. Bianca Strubik. Both Banele and Ms. Bianca Strubik has actually worked with us quite closely. They also have vast experience with higher education environment, higher education institutions across the country, as well as strategic schools and different, as well as corporate as well. And I'm going to welcome to them to the stage and hand over to them as they walk us through some of the critical tools that Microsoft has and some fascinating tools. And I'm hoping that you enjoy this as well. Thank you so much, Banila and Bianca. Let me hand over to you. Thanks.
Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Chetty. Hi, B. Hi, Banele. Morning.
Good morning. Yep, happy to be here. Thank you so much, Dr. Chetty. Yep, so Bianca, we'll start off with the introductions and we'll take it from there. So over to you, and then I'll come in after that.
Awesome. Thank you. My name is Bianca. As Dr. Chetty mentioned, I work with the Microsoft Education team very closely with Banele and a couple of other education specialists. So we cover Africa. We work across Africa and with game-based learning, Middle East as well. And I'm a learning solution specialist and really doing what I love doing. So prior to Microsoft, I was in the classroom as well. So hopefully today we can give you some fantastic insights on some of the Microsoft tools available to you that you can use and benefit from. Thank you so much. Over to you, B.
Thank you so much. Good morning to everyone on the call. Thanks for joining us this morning. My name is Banile Mune, and I work alongside Bianca in the education team at Microsoft. So typically I look after the license deployment and the training thereafter to make sure that the licenses from Microsoft are being utilized. But it's not just licenses, it is much more than that, because it is the value that we want to see on the ground when it comes to educators as well as students. So what I've prepared today is a session that talks to some of the tools that are available from Microsoft that can assist in teaching and learning. And what I'm going to be demoing is available right now. It's not tools that are forthcoming in the future. In fact, they've been around for quite some time. And at Microsoft, we do make iterations just to make sure that it becomes better and better. So you will see that what I have prepared today mostly will cover stuff in mathematics, right? But then there is much more. So I guess maybe next time when we do have a follow-up, then I'll be showcasing some of the stuff that is available from Microsoft. So I'm going to proceed and share my screen. And in terms of housekeeping, the chat is open. Bianca is there to answer any questions whilst we are progressing. And I'll also try and make sure that I do check the chat whenever we do progress. So, yep. So let's begin. So let me just share my screen and first switch off the camera. Okay. Okay. All right. So let me know if you can see my screen.
Yep, I can see it.
Awesome. Okay. All right. So what we're going to do today is we're going to first go through a PowerPoint, but then it is mostly demo based so that you get to see the tools that we are talking about in action. So when Richard reached out about online facilitation, I was super excited because I know that we do have the tools, and this also basically talks to us at Microsoft because our mission is to empower every person, every organization on the planet to achieve more. This is it, and I think you will see it, and you will comment on it, later on when I ask you the question, did you guys find the value? Do you think you can achieve more with what we've showcased here? So we're going to be spending a lot of time with Microsoft OneNote. And maybe some of you have used it before. If you haven't, that's okay. I'll show you. But then most people, when they think of OneNote, they're just thinking of taking notes, right? And yes, it is for that. But in terms of a digital note-taking application, it does much more than just taking notes. But there is a powerful math feature that is built inside OneNote. And then you'll also see me change between a profile of a student as well as a profile of an educator, just so that you see what an educator would see when they are making use of these applications right here. So we're going to spend some time inside Microsoft OneNote. And then I'll also introduce you to an application from Microsoft called the Microsoft Math Solver. Now, Math Solver is available on the smartphone, and it is also available on the PC as well. So you will be able to see what it can do and how you can empower your students so that they become much more confident when approaching mathematics. And then we're also going to dive into a little bit of AI, because how is it that AI, or how can AI assist you in making sure that you are efficient at what you do? So we're going to talk about Microsoft Forms, how you can use that to generate questions and save you time as an educator so that you can spend more time doing what you have to do rather than spending time doing admin. So let us use AI to assist in that process. And we're also going to do a little bit of prompting, because the prompting talks to the way at which we can create lesson plans using AI. And this is one of the ways that we can use it. So as Dr. Chetty said, that a bit later on, there will be a talk about the ethics of AI, how to use it and so on. I think that all of this will tie in together. And then lastly, we will talk about the educator programs that are available from Microsoft, because not just mathematics, but again, it also talks to the pedagogy, the way of doing things in this new era where we are doing things online. So, yep, let's dive into Microsoft OneNote. Let me just close this here. Okay, so I'm going to start off here with what is a teacher profile, right? And let me just pull this into view, okay? And hopefully you guys can still see my screen. In fact, I'll just make this a tad bigger so that you are able to see the small icons and all of that. So let me just make this a tad bigger. Yep, there we are. Awesome. Okay. So inside Microsoft's Office offering, we do have Microsoft OneNote. So I'm using a educator or a demo account to demo all of this. But as an educator, you should be able to do that. Now, I've got a formula listed right here, y equals 2x plus 3. And you'll see that this was handwritten, right? Because the type of device that I'm using is a two-in-one device. And this device has a pen or a stylus, and I can ink on top of that on the screen, basically. Okay, so I've got this equation right here. So what I'm going to do is I am inside the drawer tab. And then inside the drawer tab, I do have access to the different pins that I can use, but you'll see that on the far right-hand side, there is an option called Math Assist, all right? So what I'm gonna do here is I've gone ahead and written the equation. I'm going to lasso selected so that OneNote knows that I'm referring to this particular equation. So I'm clicking and holding on my mouse, and I'm highlighting around it. So now that I've done that, I'll go ahead and click on Math Assist. So OneNote is smart enough to recognize the equation that was handwritten. And as you can see, it has gone ahead and written it right here, y equals 2x plus 3. In the event that OneNote did not capture it correctly, there is an option to fix it, okay? So y equals 2x plus 3, you'll see here that there is an option to select an action. Now, y equals 2x plus 3, I need to solve for x. I'm going to go ahead and click that, and that is the answer right there. X equals y minus 3 over 2, okay? But this is not enough, right? Because let's imagine we are empowering our students because in today's day and age, I mean, if you were to get a math tutor, you're probably paying maybe 200 Rand, somewhere around that ballpark, for a math tutor to be able to assist in that regard. So x equals y minus 3 over 2, but you'll see right here at the bottom, it does say show steps, because it's great that you've got the answer, but let's go ahead and click on show steps. Okay, so what's happening now is that OneNote will then take me step by step, the same way a tutor would, in how we got to the answer of x. So it says here swap sides so that all variable terms on the left-hand side, etc., etc., and then I can go through the steps. And as you can see, it is guiding me to the answer of x up until I find the answer right here. Okay, up until I find it right here. So it does include these steps, as you can see right here. But another thing that's great, in fact, I just need to share, I just need to include computer audio, share sound. There we go. You will see here that there is a book icon, and this book icon opens up Immersive Reader. So what Immersive Reader does is, just as the name suggests, it puts the student in an immersive reading experience. So I'll go ahead and click on it, and what's going to happen is that it is going to take away all of the distractions and only have the um, the equation as well as the steps involved on how to solve for it. So as you can see right here, it says steps for solving linear equations, swap sides so that all variable terms are on the left-hand side, etc., etc. And as you can see, it has gone ahead and done that for me. But what it does give me as well is a couple of accessibility features right here at the top. So in terms of text preferences, maybe some students are hard at seeing and they probably want to make this a little bit bigger, depending on their preferences. They want to increase spacing so that it's nicely spaced out for them. Maybe they want to change the font. Perhaps it could be the background. It is totally up to them. Okay. And then right here on the right-hand side, on the top right, there is also the reading preferences. So what's great about this is that it does allow the feature to translate what is now in English, at least to 2 South African languages. And as it stands at the moment, there is Afrikaans, right? So when I click Afrikaans and then I click document, it will translate the entire steps into Afrikaans. And you'll see right here at the bottom that there is a play button, of which when I hit play, it will then play it back, right? So let's have a listen.
Stappe om lineêre vergelyking op te los. Ruil kante uit sodat alle veranderlike terme aan die linkerkant is. Trek van beide kante af. Verdeel albei kante deur.
Okay, so that is in Afrikaans, but we can also translate it to Zulu as well, right? So I'll go ahead and do the Zulu translation and it will translate it. So I'll choose a male voice, but you will see that there is an option to speed up the narration pace, right? But I'll keep it right here. So I'll choose male and hit play.
Izinyathelo zokuxazulula i-linear equation. Shintshanisa izinhlangothi ukuze yonke imigomo eguqukayo isohlangothini lwesandla sobunxele.
All right, so this is Immersive Reader and super powerful because a student can take an equation so that they can, play it back in a native language that they hopefully, will provide better understanding, and it will help them to understand it much more better, right? So this is one of the features inside Microsoft OneNote. And the one that I'm using here is the one that is on the browser. But I'm going to showcase to you the one that is installed on your machine, on your local machine. And this one is much more powerful because it does come with a couple of features baked in, of which I'm going to showcase right now. So I've got the very same equation right here, and I need you to have a look right here at the top in terms of my my tabs right here at the top. Okay, so let me just make sure that my Zoom tool is installed. Apologies because Zoom it. Okay. But whilst I install or run Zoom it, so far, what do you guys think of the math solver inside Microsoft OneNote? You can leave your comments, right? And we'll have a look, right? We'll have a look. Okay, so now that I've run Zoom it, so I need you to have a look right here at the top next to the help button right here. Okay, so I'm going to press the equation, or I'm going to click and highlight the equation, and then suddenly you do have an additional tab that appears right here called equation. So when I click on equation, it will provide all things mathematics. Now, I'm by no means or by no stretch a mathematician, but you'll see that inside OneNote, the student is able to make use of all of these goodies right here, where you've got the area of a circle. You can start off with a, apologies, an equation right here, okay? And then you've got access to different types of equations that you can make use of. You can ink if you want to. If you do have a device that does support inking, yeah, so you could do that as well. You've got some symbols, fractions, scripts, you name it right here. All of these are available so that you can make use of it. Another great thing that is available inside OneNote is the ability to draw a Cartesian plane by having one of those grids. So if you come to view, you can change the grid or the canvas so that it fits a grid, so that, you know, when working inside OneNote, it does make it easier for all things mathematics involved. So depending on the type of page that you're looking for, you can always choose whether it's rule lines like that, like a normal A4, or it could be grid lines so that you can draw your Cartesian plane and yeah, the C plane and all of that. So this is the tools inside Microsoft OneNote. Now, what I'm showing you here is available, right? You can fire up OneNote and start making use of both of this. And depending on how you would like it, you can also change the background view. Yeah, so this is OneNote inside, sorry, this is the math tools inside Microsoft OneNote. Okay, so I'm going to pause here before I continue just to check the comments. B, on your end, do we have any questions that were posted on the chat?
There's some comments.
Sure.
Some two comments and then one question. Are the functionalities that you are currently demonstrating available on all OneNote version, or are they specific to 365?
Right. Thank you so much for that question. So because I'm running Windows 11, right? I do know that most people are still probably on Windows 10. And with Windows 10, there is a version of OneNote called OneNote for Windows 10. So that OneNote for Windows 10, it's no longer being developed. So we would recommend that either you OneNote in the browser, right? Or the installed version of OneNote. So the installed version is the one that you see, or you could make use of the one inside the browser. And you should be able to do pretty much everything that I've demoed here. And the other point was around Microsoft 365. Correct, yes. If you are on Microsoft 365, you can make use of this. But even if you are not, because OneNote is, as much as it does come with Office, but it is one of those applications that you can just download and then sign in. using your account. But I also have to mention this because in terms of the educators that are here, I'm not sure if whether it's, all UNISA educators or, the ones that are also in schools. But if you do have your edu account, your education account, all you need to do is to sign in with your education account and you should have access to it. So hopefully that answers it. Thanks. The next one.
Then Guy says that your example shows that y is not a variable, which in mathematics is not correct. And then later on, the two variables, which are x and y, must be in the same side after the swapping.
So X and Y should be on the same side.
After swapping. I think maybe just mention the fix it option if anyone believes that it is incorrect, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. So if we do go back to the initial slide, right? Let's see, where is it here? The goal is that these are just tools that we are showcasing to assist, but that human intervention is still necessary. And this is why educators in the classroom will forever be needed because of these things. Because sometimes, more often than not, I pick up things that are not correct. So just the other day, Bianca, when we were at the UNISA event, we were debating amongst ourselves if whether something is correct, right? So, yeah. Again, I would say with the talk that's coming a bit later with Ingrid, we will talk about some of these things that, in terms of these are just tools that, people are being exposed to. And as an educator, you still need, that human intervention just to make sure that all of these things are correct. So thanks for pointing that out. And I think there was another one as well, B, before we move on.
Yes, just the languages, the African languages or South African languages available in OneNote. Maybe not necessarily immersive reader, but in OneNote.
Yeah, so in terms of the languages, I'm going to pull up a paragraph right here. And you'll see that this is for the lower grades. But then essentially here, I've got this paragraph, and there are 5 languages, right, that are available. We've got Zulu, Xhosa, Sotho, Afrikaans, and Tswana as well, right? The other ones are still being developed, but in terms of just translating the text, those are the only 5 that are available. Zulu, Xhosa, um, Tswana, Sotho, as well as Afrikaans. Now, with regards to text to speech, where you've got the text and it is being narrated to speech, at the moment, it's only 2 languages, which is Afrikaans and Zulu, where you can play them back, right? But yeah, I mean, it's still being developed, and um, yeah, thanks for that question. Okay, so in the interest of time, because there's just so much I need to showcase, right? We're gonna move on to the next one. So it's possible that students don't have laptops or they don't have a desktop PC to play around with OneNote and play around with these equations. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to switch to my smartphone, and just give me a second whilst I pull this up. I'm going to switch to my smartphone so that you see the experience, what it looks like. But essentially, I want us to download the following application, right? So you're going to go to the store, your respective store, whether it is Android or iOS, and then go ahead and download Microsoft Math Solver. Okay, so just give me a second. I just want to switch to my phone here. Devices. There we go. Right, so I just want to show you what this looks like, and I also have a piece of paper right here because it is possible that some of these, features that we're looking for may not be available based on the device that is available on hand. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay. There we go. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to share the screen of my smartphone. Just give me a second. There we go. Screen. It's praying this morning that the demo gods are on my side. Okay, there we go. Found the screen, and let me take you through it.
Maybe just a quick
Okay.
note while
So-
you're setting that up. I am popping all the links in the chat. So the Microsoft, the Math Solver, everything is in the chat if anyone would like to access it.
Thank you so much, Pete. Thank you. All right, so guys, I've got my smartphone right here. Hopefully you can see it. I am running Android, but this is also applicable to the iPhone as well. What I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna go to the Play Store, okay? And I'm gonna search for the application, which is Math Solver. So I'm going to the Play Store, okay, as you can see, and I'm typing in Microsoft Math Solver, like that. And this is the one that we are looking for right here, okay? You'll see it, it says Microsoft Math Solver. The name keeps changing. At some point it was just Math Solver. So now it says Math Solver, okay. Because I've already installed this application, it will then say open it. But just as a quick rundown, we're looking at, the ability to solve equations. We can write naturally as if we're writing on paper and all of that stuff right there. So I'll go ahead and click open, and this is what it looks like. Whoops, open. So it's trying to reconnect. Okay, so whilst this is reconnecting, because I see that it actually froze on my end. Apologies about that. Okay, so I'll see if I can do this demo right at the end with Math Solver. So I'm just going to quickly restart my device and we'll pick it up after that. Okay, so let's move on to the next one here. And I want us to talk about AI and using it inside the classroom, right? So what I have here is, let me just pull it up. As mentioned, I've got my teacher profile, okay? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to dive into Microsoft Teams. And I just want to showcase the ability of being able to create math questions using AI so that it saves you time as an educator. So I'm just going to create a assignment. And in that assignment, you will see the process of how AI can improve things for you. So I'm going to choose any one of these classes, maybe let's say Engineering 101. And this is a Teams class. And I know this because of all of the features that it has right here on the left-hand side, where I've got access to the homepage, the class notebook, which is OneNote, right? Classwork, assignments, grades, reflect, insights, and so on. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to navigate to assignments, click on it, and then I'll create a new assignment. But this time around, I'm looking at creating a quiz. There's different forms of assignments, but we'll cover this next time if we do have another session. But I'll go ahead and click on quiz. Now, quiz makes use of Microsoft Forms. And inside Microsoft Forms, we do have the option of creating the different types of assignments that we're looking for. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click Add Quiz, all right? And I'm starting this from fresh. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to add a timer And what I want to do is to create an assignment in less than, maybe you can also do this on your end, in less than um, 2 minutes, right? In less than 2 minutes. And I should have been able to create a math assignment and send it out to my students. So I'm going to kick off the time and put this to the side. So here, I need to give this a name and call this, let's say, this, okay. All right, and then I'll give instructions to say, select the correct answer. All right. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to click Add New. So here, I then need to tell Forms that the questions that we are going to create is mathematics questions. So I'll go ahead and choose choice. And here I will then say solve for X. But you'll see right here at the bottom, it does give me options as to what kind of a question is this. So I'm going to toggle this switch because it is a math question. And then you see here, it gives me the ability to enter the equation. All right. So the equation that I'm going to enter here is y equals 2x plus 3. Okay. And now that I've done that, let's come back. So let's come back here again. Now that I've done that, using AI in the background, it is going to go ahead, look at the equation, and then offer me 4 suggestions, with one of them being correct, where the correct one is the one that has the circle right here, which is this one here, right? So these ones are incorrect. So it's only this one that is correct, right? And I can then say add all. So what has happened is that I've gone ahead and added all 4 of them, and I know that the correct one is the one with the tick, as you can see right here. That's the one with the tick that is correct, okay? And, sorry guys, 1 second. Can't see my mouse here. There we are, okay. So I've gone ahead and done that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say this is out of, 1 mark. I'll go ahead and click add new. All right. And you'll see, because it recognizes that I added a linear equation, it's going to say, look, can I recommend more questions of a similar nature? So I'll go ahead and click add all, and it's going to add question 2, 3, 4, and I can keep adding and so on. Right. So I'll go ahead and click done, right? Because I'm done with this. It's going to attach this this assignment, and I'll be able to send it off to my students. I'll add instructions, maybe say fill in every question or answer every question, sorry. Okay. And then once I'm done, I'm sending it all to my students, and I'll click assign, and off it goes. I've gone ahead and created the assignment. Now, it didn't take 2 minutes, but I took 2 minutes, 20 seconds. Okay. But that's how easily I can create this assignment. And then students will receive this assignment. They'll get a notification, as you can see here. And once they've gotten the notification, they'll be able to, answer it. And as an educator, all of my students inside Microsoft Teams, I will be able to see that they have gone ahead and filled it in right here. Okay, so this is how you can use AI in terms of, generating questions inside Microsoft Forms as an assignment. Okay, so the next one here is with regards to lesson planning. And this is how you can make use of AI. So I'm just going to switch my screen to the other profile here. Okay, and let's just pull this into view. Okay, so what I'm going to type in here, I'm going to type in copilot.microsoft.com, and it's going to open up Microsoft Copilot. Now, there's a whole lot of talks around this, but my colleagues that will come after me will set the scene straight with regards to the use of AI. But essentially, what I want us to do here is to do a little bit of prompt engineering.
Be sorry for interrupting. There's a question. It says,
Yes,
does it
please.
automatically become available for them, or I'll have to share a link? I've tried it, but they couldn't open the quiz.
Right. So the quiz, thanks for that question. So because I'm inside Microsoft Teams, right? Where is it? Here. Because I'm inside Microsoft Teams, this is only for the classroom, or for my learners. It's not something that is publicly facing. So in terms of using this, you would have to use it inside the Microsoft Teams, the virtual classrooms, and it won't be something that is public facing. It's only for the students, as you can see right here. But what I can do is I can just quickly create one using a separate account. And this one I can paste in the chat so that everyone can attempt it. So I'll make it open so that people can see it. So let me just quickly do that, and I'll paste it inside the the chat so that just before the end of this talk, you'll just remind me to create to check all of the answers that everyone has answered. So let me just quickly do that, and just pull this in view. Okay. 1 second. It wants me to sign in. So one of the things that I was a little bit concerned about is, can we cover all of these tools in 1 hour? But I'm just hoping that everyone is receiving the value thus far. And let me go ahead and generate a new quiz. There we go. Okay. Just waiting for this to generate and recommend. Or I'm going to pull this off you so that you don't see the answer. And I'll click on this here, and anyone can respond. Okay, so let me just go ahead and paste this in the chat. Just give me a second. Okay. Okay, so that's the link inside the chat. This one is public facing. You can answer it. Thank you so much. All right, so let's move on to the next one with regards to prompting. So here was to create a lesson plan. All right. Where is it? Where was my? I lost it. Okay. The idea is for us to build a lesson plan. So I'm going to go ahead and go to copilot.microsoft.com. If you can also paste this in the chat, that would be great. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to type in a prompt, and I want a lesson plan, right? Where we are saying, help me create a lesson plan out linear equations for, let's say, grade 12 learners. Learners, please include an objective section. Kindly explain What are linear equations? Provide examples and at the end include a assessment of 3 questions and provide possible answers. Provide possible answers where 1 is correct and 3 are incorrect. Okay, so this is basically me prompting it, but you'll probably see a theme where I am being as descriptive as possible. All right, so I'll go ahead and click here, and I'm not gonna spend too much time on this, but as you can see, it then says, look, here's the lesson plans, linear equations. These are the objectives that by the time that they are done, they understand the concept of linear equations. They will learn how to solve linear equations algebraically and apply linear equations to real world scenarios. So what are linear equations? It explains where y, this is that, m is the slope or the rate of change, and then b, right? Normally we used to say y equals mx plus c, but the concept is the same. So that's the intercept. And then it goes and it explains it, and then it provides an assessment. And then I did ask it to provide 3 of them, right? And from the 3, give me the correct answers, as you can see right there. Okay, but you can continue prompting Copilot. You could say, great, but you did not go into detail about what was the section right here at the top about what is linear equations. Provide more information and say where in real life this can be used, right? So I am engaging and it will go ahead and rewrite it, okay? And so on. So it even provides these examples where you can calculate distance, you can calculate the age. Well, I didn't know, know this, but you can calculate cost, monthly earnings, predictions, and so on. So I can take this and add it onto my lesson plan right here. The last thing I want to show you about Copilot is that it is multimodal. All right, so I could then say generate an image of a building that showcases an example of linear equations in use. Okay, let's go ahead and hit enter. So I've never done this. I don't know if it will generate that image, but let's go ahead and see. But what I'm trying to showcase here that Copilot is multimodal. So you can use text. You can output text. You can output images, audio as well. You can input text, right? All right. And then, yeah. So that's the image that it created. But if I had gone into detail with my prompting, it would have generated a much better build image right here. So I can then take this, use it inside my class where I've got the y-axis, right, which is vertical, and then I've got the x-axis horizontally, and then maybe calculate this building or calculate the area or whatever, right? So this is how I'm using AI in the classroom. But as mentioned, that you are the educator, so you would still have to come in and check this. But just by doing this, you have shaved at least an hour of the your lesson plan right here. Okay, so just quickly, I think my phone is now okay. But what I wanted to show earlier.
B, sorry, there's just a question. It says, does it know grade 12 is in the South African context, or do you have to specify this in the prompt? I'm asking
Yes.
because some parts of the world may not necessarily use the phrase grade 12. And can you and align it to the curriculum within the South African context? And then just before you answer that, B, I just want to mention as well that Copilot is great for creating lesson plans, whether it's for math, science, or basically anyone, and you can align it to a specific curriculum as well. But I'm going to hand over to you, B, to do a more in detailed answer.
Yep, no, I'm fully agreed. In fact, the more you are specific to say grade 12 South African caps, and that's where it will also be much more specific. But remember, as I've shown here, if it's not what you want, you can reprompt it. You can reprompt to say great, but this does not align to the curriculum and so on. And please refine this for the South African audience and so on. So the idea is to assist, right? Because at the end of the day, you are still the pilot that's chartering, flying this plane. It is only a co-pilot. It's just assisting. But just by this alone, it has managed to save you just a little bit of time. Yeah. Okay. So I've got my smartphone back here, and hopefully you've downloaded the app. But I wanted to showcase the app here. So I'm going to go to math to the math here, and you'll see that it pulls up my camera, as you can see. This camera allows me to take my pen right here, okay? And I can go ahead and do the same thing. So I'm writing this out. Gosh, this happens. Okay, luckily I've got another pen here. So even if it's from a textbook, gone ahead and written this equation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to snap a photo of it. And as you can see, it's scanning it. And inside the app, it has gone ahead and recognized that it's y equals 2x plus 3. And these are the same steps. Now, this is for students that may not have access to a PC, but they still have access to it on their smartphone. So these are the steps. And as you can see on the top right corner here, it is immersive reader, right? So a student can click on this or tap on it, and it should be able to open up immersive reader inside here, and they can play it back. So it's gone ahead and solved for X, right? It's gone ahead and drawn the graph. Okay, so when I tap onto the expansion button, I can move and play around the Cartesian plane, as you can see right there. So I'm touching with my finger and I'm interacting with it right there. Now, as a student, I still have the ability to practice more because I have similar problems and I can take the quiz. I can take a quiz that it will automatically generate. But let's go a step beyond that. There are videos that talk to the linear equation. And this is being pulled from the Khan Academy, as you can see right there. Okay, so these videos are pulled from the Khan Academy, and some of them are pulled from YouTube, as you can see right there. This one's from YouTube, and it's talking about linear equations. And then there are also related concepts that the students can also practice and dabble on. So this is the camera one, right? That's the camera input, but you'll see right here at the top, the student has 3 ways in which they can input an equation. So I'm going to click on draw, and inside draw, I can do that as well. So I can go ahead and say 2/3, and it should be able to pick it up that it is a fraction. And as you can see, it's gone ahead and evaluated it. And yep, this is it. And then the other one is the third one right here at the top. I can type it in. So it gives me the calculator right here at the bottom. and I can use your square roots, you name it, but it is a handy tool right here. And you'll see also on the top, there's also a controller or a game of some sort. Let me just go back here, right here. Okay. So talking about the gamification aspect that Dr. Chetty spoke about, um, there is the option of playing games. There is the option of playing games and all of that, but because of the time, I won't go into it in great detail. But with Math Solver, essentially, I just want to show you what is available because, Vanilla, you've been covering um, what's this linear equations a lot. But in terms of what is available, we're talking where is it? Sorry guys, I keep getting this call. Okay. Examples. There we go. Try these examples. There's a section here that lists what is available in terms of fractions, radicals, and all of that stuff. But it's more than just what I've just shown you right now. So I would say take the time and or I'll just paste the screenshot on my end just to show you what is available. And then the last thing I wanted to touch base on, hopefully you like the application. The last thing I wanted to touch base on is the educator programs from Microsoft. So Bianca, just help me paste the link, right?
Sure.
Okay, so with the educator programs here, essentially we are creating a educator center for educators where they can upskill themselves with technology. It doesn't only have to do with what I was covering today, mathematics, but it does go into the pedagogies, the blended learning, all of these things when approaching it. So for you to become a Microsoft educator, essentially you are joining a community of like-minded educators around the world where you can share best practices on what to do in the classroom. Remember, some of these things may not be available in your classroom because of maybe devices, connectivity, but then a educator that is adjusting to the environment, you can still use technology, but so that it makes sense in your classroom. It would be pointless for you to do it in such a way that does not really yield the results that you want, because let's say the kids don't have it, right? But you can try and create something interactive in the classroom that does showcase that blending or that blended learning experience. So what I've got here is the educator program, and the link has been added. So you'll see here that if an educator or school leader is new to Microsoft tools and you're only starting out in teaching and learning, right here they've curated a learning pathway to get you started, to focus on the best practices and basics of facilitating a hybrid or learning environment, right? So what you would then do is click the Start Learning Path, and this will provide you with a learning pathway for beginners, right? There are 6 modules inside, and typically it should take you about 5 hours to complete, okay? And you can sign in with your account, with your educator account from your institution, or you can go in and create a Microsoft account at no cost. So even the course of material is at no cost. So you'll see here that it's got the best strategies. One of the modules is the best strategies for teaching and learning. And then yeah, it helps you go through all of these accessibility, how to empower every student with an inclusive classroom. You learn more about Microsoft Teams. You learn about Flip or PowerPoint. You also get started with OneNote. which we covered a lot earlier. So I'm just going to pause here, Bianca. If there's something I left out, please mention it. But pretty much we've covered everything that I had planned for today. And thank you so much, guys, for your attention, your questions. Be over to you if there's anything.
Yeah, I think just the form link that you have pasted, that maybe we could have a look at the results. And then, yes, I've put a lot of posts or links in the chat. There's some lovely material on hacking STEM subjects, lessons created that can be used straight away. There's also BBC My World and the educator programs, and then Minecraft as well. No, we don't have time for Minecraft today, but have a look at that. Fantastic tools, Microsoft tools that you can leverage in within the teachings. Thanks, B. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I've got forms pulled up here, and there's only 2 responses, right? So I'll go ahead and click on those 2 responses. It took them an average of 34 seconds. The average score is 1. And when I look at the answers, let's review the answers. Okay. Yep. So the first person, anonymous, got all 4 correct. Awesome. And then second person also got all 4 of them correct. So to both of you guys who answered the questions, thank you so much. Now, remember, this says anonymous right here, but earlier when I was showing you through Microsoft Teams, I will be able to know all of the students that did not submit, right? So when working inside a class team, it excuse me, gives you that ability to see what or who has or who hasn't. So as you can see, all of them not turned in, not even one of them, right? But for the ones that have, you'll see it will say turned in. So in terms of looking for students, did you not, everything is at a glance. All right, so that's it on our end. Thank you so much, B, for being my co-pilot for today, right? This is how co-pilot should actually be used. Thank you for being my human co-pilot. And are there any questions?
None in the chat. But yeah, if there are any questions, please feel free to post them and we'll answer them as soon as we can. Thanks, B. Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Dr. Chetty. Thanks, Richard.
Thanks, Bonilla. Thanks, Bianca. This was an excellent session. I think you've done over well in terms of the tools that are available. And it's really brilliant to see how much of resources that are available, even from a discipline specific perspective. And I know that these are some of the tools that the colleagues can, well, I'm hoping that they go and explore a bit more and see how we can contextualize these in our different spaces. But these are really good tools to enhance the way we teach, but also how we support students. Thank you so much, Bonilla. Thank you so much, Bianca. And I know there are tons of other tools that we've actually engaged with previously as well. And due to time, we can't expose the tool to the other tools that we also have. But I'm hoping that the participants have enjoyed this particular session and find this useful. So once again, thank you so much, Bianca. Thank you so much, Banele, joining us on a Saturday morning. And I wish you all the best as well for the rest of the day on your side. I know we'll see each other in the course of the week, but thank you so much once again for Saturday. Okay, colleagues, thank you once again. We will now move on. We actually doing quite well in terms of time. We are on par of time. And we now move on to the next session. And session 2 focuses specifically on pedagogies for online activity and design. Now that we've built up the tools, we have an idea of what the tools is. Let's look at pedagogies. And it is my pleasure at this time to invite Dr. Ingrid Murray from the Center for Professional Development to walk us through pedagogies. Ingrid, thank you so much, Ingrid, for joining us. Let me hand over to you.
Thank you so much, Denzel, and good morning, colleagues, on this Saturday morning. And thank you, Banele, for that wonderful session. And hopefully what I'm presenting will hook on nicely with what he did. So let me just switch off my camera and then let's talk online pedagogies and online activities. But before we start, I want to ask you to just in the chat, tell me how you're feeling. Which Homer are you feeling like today? So just, are you Homer about to get married, Homer freaking out, Homer disappearing because it's all a little bit too much? Which Homer are you? So just type in the chat your number that represents you, and I'll share what I am. I'm Homer number 6 because there was talk of mathematics, and maths scares me. Jessica, I see she's a number 9.
Ingrid, just a quick one, Ingrid. How many people actually remember Simpsons? That should be the first question.
Am
They
I
still
revealing my
exist.
age? Simpsons should be. I stayed away from Friends because I thought, hey, maybe that's too dated. But clearly, The Simpsons does not quite transcend time. I'm liking all of the 5s. You have money to throw around, and the 3s. I'm sure that's because you're all learning. Thank you so much. So when we're talking about pedagogy, what is pedagogy really? So pedagogy in teaching can be referred to as an educator's understanding of how students learn. So it's if you focus on presenting the syllabus to the students in such a way that is relevant to their needs. So it demands interaction between teacher and students, and it creates a significant impact on a learner's mind. It enables teachers to understand the best suitable practices for learning settings, and it helps them to know how different student learns and grasp information so that they can tailor their lessons to satisfy those needs. It's likely to improve the quality of teaching and the way it is received by students. Pedagogy plays an important role to help teachers understand the best ways to conduct teaching, different lessons. It helps them to how to tailor and adapt different topics so that you can conduct lessons to suit these needs. And it's really about improving the quality of education for students. So it's really thinking deeply about what your teaching is and how best to connect that teaching with students. How do you go about doing that? And now there's lots of pedagogies, there's lots of reasons. There's lots of debates whether we should be talking about pedagogy, which is normally thinking about children, or andragogy, which is more focused on self-directed learning by adults. But for our purposes, thinking about pedagogy really will help you just focus your mind in what it is that you need to be doing when you are preparing to work with your students and to present content to them. So, as I said, there are lots of different pedagogies. It's a whole area of study in higher education, well, in education, not just higher education, also primary education, for example. But it's helpful for our purposes to really think about pedagogy in terms of this compass, in terms of sort of 4 broad areas. So we can think about it as instructionism, and that's really the concept based on cognitive learning theories that centers on teaching as education performed by a teacher. In this view of the instructionist view, instruction has to be improved in order to achieve better learning results. It's based on the assumption that learning is receptive, i.e., you absorb it passively, so students listen and they absorb it, and it unfolds in a linear manner. Systemically, one step building on the last, in a direction corresponding with the view of the person teaching. Learning content is understood as a closed knowledge cluster or parts of one, which experts possess, prepare, and transmit to learners. It's this idea of the sage on the stage, or you as the expert. And often when you're thinking about instructionist learning, really this idea of rote learning, drill and practice is what you would use in designing activities. So it's a very traditional model of a classroom, and in which a student sits and watch and a teacher explains something on the blackboard. Students don't really have involvement in this learning process other than to observe and to act on instructions that they are given. In contrast, constructionism is the idea that people learn best when they have some personal involvement in the learning process. It's learning by doing. So in the context of learning, it's the idea that people learn effectively through making things. Constructionism is connected with experiential learning and builds on some of the ideas of Jean Piaget, if you want to go learn more about it. So it's very learner-centered. Learning is designed within a community of students, and where they learn best when they are creating things that is meaningful to them in their community. And past experiences of students is part of what a student brings to the learning experience. And it's important then to consciously engage with those past experiences. So it's not just learning by doing, but engaging reflexively and socially in the task. Both the creation process and the produced artifacts ought to be shared socially. So you can see how this is slightly different, well, quite a lot different, and how you would then tailor your activities for students by making them do things publicly, consciously, drawing on what they know previously. Constructionist learning involves students drawing their own conclusions through creative experimentation and the making of social objects. The constructionist teacher takes on a mediational role rather than adopting an instructional role. So instead of teaching at students, it's replaced by assisting them to understand and helping one another to understand. So the teacher role is a facilitator role who coaches students to attain their own goals. Constructivism is based on observation and scientific study about how people learn. It says that people construct their own understanding and knowledge of the world through experiencing things and reflecting on those experiences. When we encounter something new, we have to reconcile it with our previous ideas and experiences, maybe change what we believe or discard new information as irrelevant. It sees us as active creators of our own knowledge. And to do this, we must ask questions, explore, and assess what we know. So when you're teaching, the constructivist view of learning points towards a number of different teaching practices. So in a general sense, it means encouraging students to use active techniques such as experiments or real world problem solving to create more knowledge, and then to reflect and talk about what they are doing and how their understanding is changing. Your role as the teacher is to understand the students' pre-existing conceptions and guide activities towards address them and then build on them. So it the constructivist teacher encourages students to constantly assess how the activity is helping them gain understanding. By questioning themselves and their strategies, students become expert learners themselves. And the teacher is there to help students construct knowledge rather than just repeating a series of facts. So you would use problem solving and inquiry-based learning activities with which students can formulate and test their ideas and draw conclusions and inferences and pool and convey their knowledge in a collaborative learning environment. So you become the guide by the side. The learners are really actively involved. The environment is democratic with activities that are interactive and student-centered, and you actively try and get the students to be aware where they are and where they want to go in this process of learning. Connectivism, which is the left side, is really a theoretical framework for understanding learning in a digital age. So it looks at internet technologies such as browsers, search engines, wikis, online discussions, and social networks to contribute to new avenues of learning. So all of these technologies has enabled people to learn and share information across the web and among themselves in ways that you couldn't do before the digital age. So it really works on this idea that learning doesn't just simply happen within an individual, but within and across networks. Connectivism is a learning theory that explains how internet technologies have created new opportunities for people to learn and share information amongst the World Wide Web. So learning is seen as resting, knowledge is seen in a diversity of opinions. It's a process of connecting specialized nodes of information, knowing that learning may reside in non-human appliances, and we've seen some beautiful AI examples. And it's really this idea of thinking learning is more critical than knowing. So it's not about what you know, but how do you know, and finding out new information. So what your focus then is to become, maintain and nurture connections to facilitate continual learning. And make connection between fields, ideas, and concepts becomes the core skill that you need to do. So those are sort of broadly what you would speak about the different connections. Another way to look at it is, which leaves out the sort of the connectivist learning, is this view, which looks at behaviorism, there's connectivism, sorry. But it kind of what the different ways and methods that you can see as on this slide. Behaviorism, the methods is lectures, drill and practice, rote learning, and multiple choice tests. Now, immediately if you see this, you know what your online activities would be like as a tutor, as a lecturer, because you know you need to you will be having lots of tests, lots of drill and practice. So you would be designing activities around this. Cognitivisms would also have lectures, but they would use visual tools, mind maps. So here also multiple choice and essay assessments. With constructivism, you would have much more discovery. You would have collaborative group work. You would specifically build on scaffolding and have self-guided learning based on learning experiences. You'd start using peer grading and peer review. While with connectivism, you would have self-directed quests for content. A spontaneous learning and knowledge creation would be actively. So you would design your activities to draw on connections that students must make between themselves, but also the broader world. Some more, just because I really want to show you that there are lots of different pedagogies that you could draw on, even though you'll probably draw on a combination of some of these top four pedagogies that I've mentioned. But there's also humanism, for example, and transformative or decolonial pedagogies that people are starting to use in their teaching. So if you're looking at a transformative pedagogy, you're going to see students as change agents who will improve societal structures. So if you're teaching mathematics, the core question is not about whether they know those equations, or teaching sciences, but how knowing those equations or those scientific methods can lead to society changing. So the way that you would pose activities is much more towards getting students to connect the knowledge to society itself and improving and changing society. So you can see there's lots of different ways. And I think Jessica asks a very important question. Are there certain fields that lend themselves to different pedagogical approaches? And I kind of want to add to that. Is different NQF levels, do they lend themselves to different pedagogical approaches? So, you know, if you are thinking you are teaching at a first year level versus you have honors students or even master's students, you know, so would behaviorism, for example, be more appropriate for first year level students? And transformative pedagogy more appropriate at the honors level? Or, you know, and these are questions that you need to consider for yourself. And I do want to say there's not a right or a wrong pedagogy. There are certain pedagogies that is more useful, and most of us that has been teaching quite a while tend to mix and match a little bit. I do think there's certain pedagogies that is incompatible with one another. So I think if you are if you see yourself broadly as a decolonial scholar or embracing transformative pedagogy, then you using, for example, rote learning might not sit comfortably with that kind of pedagogy. But you could have a transformative and a constructivist or a connectivist pedagogy sitting quite comfortably next to one another. So lots of different pedagogies that's out there and that you can use. So I want us to take a moment and do what I call a waterfall chat. So waterfall chat is quite simply, I am going to ask you a question, and then in the chat, you're going to type an answer, but don't press enter yet. We are going to give everyone about a minute to type in their answers, and then what I want, and then we're all going to, I'm going to count down, and then when I get to 0, I say 0, we all press enter at the same time. So my question to you, so just to explain, I'm going to ask a question. You're going to type your answer in the chat. I'm going to give you a minute to do that. I'm going to count down, and then all at once we press enter, and we're going to have a waterfall on our chat with information. So what pedagogy do you think would work best with what you are teaching or tutoring? So what pedagogy do you think would work best with what you teach? So, and it doesn't need, you can say what you teach if you want, and then you can just type and don't press enter yet. I'm going to give you 1 minute to do that. Okay, so remember, what pedagogy do you think works best with what you teach? And I'm going to give everyone another 20 seconds or so to type. All right, and I'm going to start counting down, and remember, when I get to 0, we all press enter at the same time. So 3, 2, 1, 0. Constructivism, whereby students co-create. Constructivism with math. Exploratory constructivism, cognitivism, inquiry-based learning and problem solving. I'm really into ludic pedagogy. Ooh, I like that. Connectivists in the age of 4IR, inquiry-based stats, constructivism. Okay, I'm always intrigued that no one does behaviorism anymore. Yet when I look at lots of academics, they have behaviorist assessments and things like that. So very intriguing. So I want to just pause and reflect on two things that I've done in this presentation so far. The first is I started by humanizing everyone. Okay, we are by using this slide. I was doing a temperature check. If that is one way of saying, I was saying, bring yourself to the classroom. And with this slide, when I was doing is what pedagogy, I was doing a little bit of a knowledge check. Where are people? Where are they placing themselves in this? So these are two very easy online activities that you could do when you are busy teaching an online class, for example. But you're not going to just be teaching in an online mode or synchronous mode. You might also be doing asynchronous activities. So I'm going to be talking about a range of other activities and ways that you could engage your students. What I do want to talk about, because I think this is probably for me one of the most important aspects of online learning, is this idea of building a community of inquiry. Now, the community of inquiry idea comes very specifically from distance education and online education. And it is really thinking about how do we best get our students to have an educational experience, to really learn in our online classrooms. Remember, there's been lots of criticisms against online teaching and distance learning, where people were saying, well, you can't get the same outcomes as distance and online learning. You know, this framework was really developed around the idea of trying to understand what do we need in the online classroom, whether it's synchronous or asynchronous, really over the lifespan of a course, to make this course successful. So the community of inquiry framework is a collaborative constructivist process model that describes the essential elements to have a successful educational learning experience. It is rooted in Dewey, if you're interested in educational research, and really talks to the idea of social constructivism. It basically works on this idea of three presences: a cognitive presence, a social presence, and a teaching presence. So the cognitive presence is really to the extent to which learners are able to construct and confirm learning, confirm meaning through sustained reflection and discourse in a critical community of inquiry. So cognitive presence considers how students move through the learning process, how they approach new problems, grow in their understanding, and convey it in their learning communities. The key elements are goals established for the learners, the methods used to achieve those goals, and through interaction and communication. The goal of the cognitive presence is having students integrate key concepts, explore associated resources, and bring new knowledge and new ideas into the learning process. The focus of cognitive presence is to help students develop the means to move beyond the early stage of learning to a stage where learning has meaning and where they can understand and apply new concepts. And it really assumes critical thinking as the goal of educational experience. So cognitive presence is really this interaction with the knowledge that you present. One of the problems that learners in online environment was this lack of connectedness and limited collaboration when we were using computer mediated means of communication. In order to refute this idea of social presence became important, and that's really encourages collaboration in online learning environment. It's the abilities of learners to feel effectively connected with their peers and perceive their full personality as being part of the classroom. It's creating collaboration channels using the affordances of technology available to make a meaningful learning. And it is about just more than getting students to consume content, but the ability to project themselves socially and emotionally. And the degree to which they feel connected with one another, other students, and the learning content. So can they identify with the community of the course, or if they, in a larger degree, do they identify with that community? Can they communicate in a trusting environment? So have you created that trusting environment? And it's a way to help students develop relationships by way of projecting their individual personalities and feeling connected with one another. So it's about emotional expressions, open communication, and group cohesion. Now, those are all very big goals. And the big thing with the whole community of inquiry, but especially social presence, it does not happen automatically. You need to create it in your classroom, and you need to create it through online activities. And then lastly, we have this idea of the teaching presence. And the teaching presence is the design, facilitation, and direction of cognitive and social presences for the purpose of realizing personally meaningful and educationally worthwhile learning outcomes. So this is you. So if we think about cognitive presence as the knowledge, social presence as the students, and teaching presence, this is you and how you are there and being present. There are really three major categories under teaching presence. It's instructional design and management, building understanding, and direct instruction. And again, you need to plan to have all three of these there. I also quite like this this picture of it, because I think it sort of these overlaps here is nicely explained to me. So social presence and cognitive presence is about supporting discourse. Cognitive presence and teaching presence is about selecting content. And social presence and teaching presence is about setting climate. And as I said, you need to have all three available in your classroom and in your online activities. So I'm going to give you examples of how you can use each of these presences when you are designing activities. And hopefully we can conduct some of these ourselves. So one of the ways that you could start in a classroom, especially with a new group, is with social presence activities and establishing community, is to ask students, to allow students opportunities to get to know one another and collaborate. As I said, it doesn't happen automatically. In a face-to-face classroom, you might have students sitting next to you. That's how I met my best friend. We sat next to each other in the English class, and we kind of started chatting about where you're from, what did you do, that kind of thing. But in an online classroom, because you don't have that that opportunity just for happenstance, you have to create it. So this is one of the ways that you can start it. Other ways that you can connect students is through group work activities, through peer activities, peer review, for example, using forums and different community building activities. So I wanted to ask you guys for a moment, just because I know there are sciences and mathematicians here, if you identify yourself with an element of the periodic table of elements, which one would you be? So here it is. Which one would you be? And explain to me why. So just type in the chat. I'll give you a moment to have a look. If you're like me, I haven't done sciences in 25 years. No, probably 28 years. So I have to kind of look at it. But which one do you see yourself as being? So just type in the chat what you think you are. And I'm typing which on. Jessica says she's helium. She's a little bit out there. Jean is strong as iron. I also said strong like Mother Russia. Any Collins, in anything, in terms of anything, it doesn't matter. It can be your oxygen. I love that, Mhlanga, giving life where there is no life. That's beautiful. Beautiful. Love it. Thank you so much. So you can see this is just one way where you can kind of start students to kind of start identifying humanized students along the way. Now, if you do this and then as a follow-up activity, for example, say, okay, let's let us get all of the oxygens together and let's do an activity in breakout rooms. I love hydrogen, number one, love it. Magnesium, supplements to students to recover. You could allow opportunities for students to build a community, start building a community. Then we also have cognitive presence activities, and I'm going to stop sharing what is on my screen and share another screen. And I have put in the chat, I have put a link, if you can go to that link. And this is an example of maybe a cognitive activity that you could do. So if you just click on that chat, you're going to go to a web page that looks like this. And this is basically a basic knowledge test that you can check, that you can use in during a classroom. Students can just come here. And I know, I'm sure the maths that you do is much more complicated than that. But, I'm very bad at maths. So this is, just one example. So, there we go. We can do a knowledge check with students, and you can adapt these for your class as it is necessary, as it is needed. And it will tell students whether they're right or wrong. So you can do these little knowledge checks inside a classroom at the same time that you are busy teaching. So you can, create these, and this is created with something called H5P, which if you're using, for example, the Moodle classroom, you can integrate into Moodle very easily. And you guys can see I'm very, very bad at maths. I don't even know if any of this is right or wrong. But, this is an example of a quick activity that you could do in the classroom. And let me just go back to my presentation. So that's an activity for teaching presence that you could try, for cognitive presence, apologies. And then let me just go back. Okay, we've done that. So cognitive presence, if you're thinking about activities, you could do knowledge checks, you can do critical thinking. There is the polls tool, for example, in Teams meetings itself. Unfortunately, we couldn't get it to work this morning. But, you could do polls, you could do quizzes. things like that all speaks to cognitive presence. And then, for example, you could do a teaching presence activity. Now, even an online class like this one, if you were having them with your students, how you've constructed the learning path, and what activities you've selected, that is all part of teaching presence. As long as you are there in some way and visible, that is one way that you could do it. So one teaching activity that you could do is you could say, I wish my students knew that. And, you know, you would expand on a shared document with students what it is that you wish they knew. And then you can allow them, by touching again on social presence, to say, I wish my teacher knew that, and share with that. So these are some examples that you could do. Now, all of the activities that I've mentioned here is from, yeah, so these are some examples. I really like reflective activities because it's a sort of a moment to check with students, what are they understanding, how they're feeling. And you can do it on feelings, you can do it on knowledge checks, you can do it in a variety of things. It's not, you know, there's not one size fits all, but you can add it at any stage, and it can speak to multiple things. It can speak to social presence, cognitive presence, and content presence. So you know, it's just important that you think about these activities as you go along. An important resource that I really like to use is the onehe.org website. They have lots of activities that you can adapt and think with, to say, okay, these activities is going to work for me, these are not going to work for me. And for us to end off, I want us to go to our whiteboard, and you would have seen I have put a whiteboard into our Teams, and you will go, oops, sorry, I just see my whiteboard has disappeared. Let me just find it quickly. What happened to my whiteboard? Oops, I seem to have misplaced my whiteboard. Okay, it doesn't matter. We will do it in the chat. I thought I had prepared one, but I must not have saved it or something. A final reflection activity that you could do with your students is to create a shared space, a shared document, for example, and to say about the knowledge about whatever the lesson was today, is to tell them, to tell you as the lecturer about the rose, the thorn, and the bud. So the rose is what do you understand successfully? What do you know now? The thorn is what challenges there are. What are you still struggling with? And the bud is where you see potential. So for us to end this, I was going to do it on the whiteboard. It's not a problem. We're just going to do it here on the chat, is that you type in what is your rose, what is your thorn, and what is your bud in the chat, and you just post that. And the reason why this is a really good activity is that you can see where your students are progressing. You can see where they are stuck, so that you can create another activity, another explanation, something to do, and then the bud where you see the potential. So I'm going to give you all a minute to just type in the chat, what is your rose, what is your thorn, and what is your bud for today, or for this lesson specifically. Let me not take over my colleague. So a rose, Okay, so Jean says, Rose, great engagement, Bud, lots of learning. And I'm hoping he's busy typing what his thorn was. So I said, Rose, my presentation went okay. Thorn, my whiteboard that didn't work. And a Bud, more Simpsons. We can always do with more Simpsons. Next time I'm going to have a clip with the Simpsons on. And as you type that on the chat, I just want to say thank you. I think I have covered everything that I have planned for today. And good luck with planning and using pedagogy with your students. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ingrid. That was excellent. I think you can give you a virtual round of applause for that. You really broke down what pedagogy means for us in that space. So, ladies and gentlemen, from tools to from AI tools to some of the nifty tools that Microsoft offers to pedagogy to designing creative in terms of the different pedagogical approaches, I think we're making good way in terms of us really understanding what we need to do and how we need to engage the space so that we make it a much more meaningful space for our students. So I'm sure by now many of you have already learned quite a lot, and we're going to run a little competition. So before we take our break, we're going to run a little competition. So today, as part of our way to actually ensure that we create some engagements, and we often do this when we meet our students as well and doing our training. So we're going to give away one of these earpods, specifically these wireless earpod, Bluetooth wireless earpods. And this is quite a nice setup, it's going to be branded with the UNISA branding, but we're going to give away one of these right today. So what we're going to have is an AI in Education challenge. And what we're asking you to do is identify one AI tool, right? So it may not necessarily be what we covered. It might be something that you have a preference for. That's perfectly fine. All we want you to do is identify one AI tool and how it can be used in online facilitation, right? So that's the instruction. Identify one AI tool and how it can be used in online facilitation. So in order to win this, you need to identify one AI tool and how it can be used in online facilitation. Uh, Judging criteria, we're looking at relevance and impact. We're looking at creativity and innovation, and we're looking at feasibility and practicality, right? Practicality. And my colleague, Professor Sheila, who is going to be leading a group of 2 or 3 others, is going to judge the responses and give us the response, the winning response, and the motivation why that is the particular winning response at the end of today's session. So remember, to take part in this competition, quite simply, identify one AI tool and how it can be used in online facilitation. And my colleague Richard is going to post the link where you're going to set up, where you're going to post your responses. So he's going to post the link, and we're also going to repost. Yeah, he's done it already. So he posts the link to the MS Forms. So you simply click on the link in that particular MS Forms document and simply identify one AI tool and how it can be used in online facilitation. Remember, not necessarily what we covered already. It can be something that you're already working with. And at the end of the session, we'd like to look at some of these responses. So for now, we are going to take a 15-minute break, and you are free to grab your cup of coffee, cup of tea, something to eat, and we will see each other at exactly 11 o'clock for the next part of the session. So please, 11 o'clock, next part of the session. And while you are grabbing a cup of coffee, remember our AI and Education challenge and post your comments throughout it. Thank you, colleagues. We will see each one of you in the next 15 minutes.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so I'm David Hopstad. I'm going to be chairing with Richard Wright for the rest of today's program. So don't be surprised if you hear a slightly different voice from Dr. Chetty. Richard and myself are just helping out during this intensive program. So thank you guys. Let's continue with the program as I'm speaking about it. So we're now going to move over to Miss Jessica Nell, and she's going to be handling using AI and online tools for activity design. Over to you, Jessica.
Thanks, David, and welcome everyone here. I've been really enjoying the program so far. I think we need it on repeat every couple of months, to tell you the truth. This is my face. I'm just putting it on just temporarily so you can see who the face is behind the voice as I take you through how to utilize AI to help create your activities. Now, fair warning, my focus is going to be on the paid version of ChatGPT, but I am going to show you what else is possible, what is out there, and how you can use it in your own tutoring, facilitation, and so on. I'm going to paste a link to this presentation in the chat because it's going to be very practical. I'm literally just keeping this presentation slide on the screen for the beginning, and you are welcome to now use this link. It is a presentation that was created making use of an AI presentation creator. So you're welcome to go play with this. It is quite amazing. And if I have time, I'll give you a quick demo of just how to create your own presentations for, say, live sessions with your students. Now, let me get rid of the presentation. I'm going to exit for now, and you are welcome to follow along. Now, colleagues, most of you have heard of ChatGPT. It was pretty much the name of the game with the advent of AI. We've had a wonderful presentation by our colleagues at Microsoft who've shown you what's possible with Copilot, for example. So I'm bringing in a bit of an alternative for you to use as well. And I wanted to show you how you can create your own custom GPT, specifically using the subscribed version of ChatGPT. You can see on the screen, and I'm going to zoom in just a touch, how many I've been creating along the side. And for those of you who do happen to have the subscribed version of ChatGPT, you might have seen this Explore GPT's symbol along the left of the screen. And this is where that magic happens. Now, before I show you how to actually create one yourself, let me show you this one that's on the screen now that I've created. We've had conversations in the chat, things about contextualization of your instructions. We've had conversations about, will it know that we're referring to grade 12 in South Africa? What about the digital divide that our students have? These are all considerations and contextualizations for your own teaching. And one of the most important things you need to know about using any AI is instructions and context and roles matter. Now, I could use a standard GPT and ask it to create activities for me, but does it know what's the major provinces my students are coming from? What are the struggles in those provinces? Are my students predominantly female, male? Are they parents? Do they use English as a first language, as a second language? And we can't just rely on the AI to know where we're coming from. We have to tell it exactly what our context is so that the responses we get are the most relevant and useful responses. Now, I use a blend of tools, and this is why mine is AI and technology. But I use things like AI to help create or even find resources for module sites. What you see on the screen here is a perfect example. I used AI to assist in the creation of detailed instructions for the student. Why did I do this? Because not all of our students are accustomed to the online environment, especially when being exposed to a new tool, a new technology tool. They need to be guided. We are not just teaching our students about the subject matter. We have almost a co-curriculum running alongside. So we need to support the students as they experience these new technologies. Now, AI assisted me to find the most beautiful simulation to support this module in particular. This was a natural sciences module, for example. What you see on the screen here is an OER, an open educational resource, and it is next level compared to if I just showed a picture on the screen. I can jump it out. I can learn more about mitochondria. I have scaffolding from basic to advanced to current research. This is a wonderful tool that I might not have found without the use of AI and other technologies. Other things that AI has assisted me to do, and also other technologies, is in, for example, creating learning type activities, not just in presentation, but let's scroll down. As you can see, we have a fully online module here. There, this is the one I'm looking for, and I'm latching onto yours, Ingrid. Thank you for the inspiration. We have got on the screen here a source that was found with the help of AI source materials. We were navigated to a real source. We are able to open a window into our module site so that we can make use of this resource. And as you can see, it is a fully interactive window into another site where I can see what the effect is of heat on the various periodic elements in this table. I can then make this a little bit gamified. I can now tell the students to, okay, you're going on a scavenger hunt, go and complete this quiz. So my point being, I can conceptualize a lot of these things myself, but using technology, I can level it up, be it through activities, through assessments, through content. Technology is helping me and my academics that I work with to really up their game, to make things interactive, to prompt students to engage there at the point of the activity and not ignore them in the end. On display, what you're seeing with these little gamified elements coming in, be it the quiz or perhaps a reflection activity, for example, this is with H5P. Now, I am by no means an expert on H5P. There are so many different interactive tools that can be brought in using H5P. But I, for example, noticing that I have a skills gap, will use the capabilities of artificial intelligence to help address that skills gap. For example, I explore an H5P I think might be useful. I take screenshots of it. I put it into the AI. I take the activity that I've conceptualized, put it into the AI and say, give me the instructions to set this up. And with it, I was able to create this in an hour yesterday. The student would be able to go through this entire activity and export all their responses in the end. So it's really something I absolutely adore, is merging technologies, jumping between tools so that I can help to overcome the limitations that we experience in the online environment and in our context. So what we have on screen here is just one GPT that I've made myself. Before I put it to the test in front of you, I just want to show you what happens behind it. So opening up this drop-down menu, I can go into Edit the GPT. Okay, and you can see the instructions that have formed it. Very specific, contextualized instructions. I'm also able to upload documents to it for the GPT to refer to so that I'm getting those better responses. Now, some examples of documents that you could upload could include things like your module forms or course forms, the learning units themselves. You could upload qualification information. You could upload student profiles, general profiles. Remember, POPIA, you don't want to give away personal information. And you're going to see the more information you give it, the better the responses. So going back to the specific GPT, during our presentations, went and had a look at the CAPS curriculum. Now, why am I doing this? In my space, it's not just about making an activity off the top of my head. What is very, very important is constructive alignment. Constructive alignment between the outcomes of a course or a module, its activities, its assessments, its content. Everything needs to speak to that central planning document, which is in our context, a module form. Others might have a syllabus type document for their course. And you want to make sure that what you are designing activity-wise is directly addressing the purpose of that course. Otherwise, you might be doing too much, too little. You might be going completely out there and overloading your student. So you want to be very, very targeted when it comes to using technology to help you design activities. I've recently started referring to AI as a dog that you train. You have given it instructions, you've trained this dog, you go out for a walk with the dog on the leash, and you think, no, I've trained this thing well, it should be good. So you take it off the leash. And for a while, you're walking together very, very nicely. And then a squirrel or cat runs across the road and whoop, off your dog goes and doesn't come back no matter what you do. So you have to get it back on the leash and start that training again, improve the training, make it a little bit more restricted. The metaphor relates to how you might instruct the AI to do something, and it will give you some very well packaged, well marketed outputs that look good, but on closer evaluation are a bunch of phooey, excuse my words, but you can sometimes get a whole bunch of lies coming out of that AI. And this comes back to the conversation we've been having in the chat. The human element is so, so important. Whatever comes out, you need to critique. You need to have an expertise or at least a good knowledge of that space in order to critique the outputs that AI is giving you. And something else, please never, ever use AI for factual content. In other words, if you're making some sort of learning content and you want to source resources for facts, please, you can use AI to point you to the sources, but don't ever copy and paste and use it as your content. It can lie. So back to this practical demonstration. Now, in this example, I'm going to use the mathematics grades 10 to 12 CAPS curriculum just to help make it a little bit more contextual. Now, I have not had experience in the mathematics teaching fields. Mine is in marketing, education, educational technology, and business management, for example. But what I'm looking for is the learning outcomes, the assessment criteria that are going to be used in this particular curriculum. Now, here we have a specific aims. You see this in 2.2, specific aims. So what I'm going to do is I am just going to grab these aims and some skills. I don't have to worry too much about everything I'm copying. The AI is typically intelligent enough to know what to use, what not to use. And coming back to my little activity creator, you'll see some of the prompts here. Things like provide the content, NQF level, share the outcomes and criteria, offer links for learning activities. This is all to do with how I set it up. Now I'm going to give it very specific instructions. Because this AI has already got a background setup, a context setup, I don't have to repeat these instructions every single time. It knows it already, but let's give it a demo. I'm going to say for an NQF level 5 student, fresh out of high school and with limited technological capabilities. So you see that very, very contextual information. Design a learning activity per criteria or aim, I'm going to say aim, per aim from the following. Now, it's quite simple currently, but you'll see what happens. Scrolling down. Now, what it's giving me is some specific learning activities. The GPT knows that I want very step-by-step instructions, both for myself and for the students. So it wants a series of computational problems that they must do manually, but combined with a forum discussion, they need to post their solutions in a Moodle forum. Then they need to go through other people's solutions, provide feedback on at least 2 other students' posts. Now we have the steps. We have to set up the computational problems, solve the problems manually, and post the student solutions in the designated forum by the students. And there it is. Assessment criteria being covered, the accuracy of the computations, the clarity, the constructiveness of the peer feedback. So it does this for each one of those aims. Something that I asked it to do in the background was to also recommend an H5P where relevant that might support the learning, make it a little bit more fun. So here we have a suggestion of watching a video that explains these processes. Again, it gives me the steps, the criteria. So it's created this for every single aim, giving you suggestions for what could directly address these aims, being constructively aligned. Now, your next step would not be to just accept this and copy and paste it. You really have to apply the human element. You have to evaluate what is available to your resources, your own knowledge, your student skills. So, for example, I saw one here just now with a wiki. There we go. Each group documents their problem-solving process and solution in a Moodle wiki. So when you get a suggestion like that, you have to ask yourself, do you know how to set up a wiki in your learning management system? Do you know how to manage the responses? Do you know how to go in? Do you have thousands of students that you now have to go into these wikis and give feedback on? So you're making a judgment call. You are evaluating the responses based on your resources. Now, I hope you can start to see how you could create a little custom GPT dedicated to a single course or module. For example, you could revise those customized instructions in such a way that every output will only give you activities that you can handle and that you have the resources for. Because we can do the most amazing things with technology, but they require an effort from us as well. So are you going to have a preference for self-run activities like quizzes, which you can have automated grading for? Great, you can do that. Now this comes back into your pedagogy. That is now leaning more towards your behavior is pedagogy because you are just relying on the system. But sometimes you're forced into different pedagogies because of your resources. So that was another conversation that came up in the chat. So next step, I think I quite like, let's do the AIM 7, okay, critical thinking scenarios. I want that AIM, but I want provide detailed instructions for the students with examples in the mathematics course 4, and I'm just pasting it. Okay, give it a second. Now, you see this level of instruction coming out for students. Sometimes we are very, very good with conceptualizing activities, but speaking to students might be a gap for us. What I'm always looking for is this depth level of instruction that really leads the student through the problem. What's very nice is also to give the example to the students so they know they've got something to measure themselves against. So it's adding a little scenario into the mix as well. This one's focusing on budget planning. Now you can immediately see we have a little bit of a context issue coming up. We're evaluating this response. It's using dollars. So we might follow this up with some further prompts where we tell it to use South African rands. We could even upload statements from our agricultural councils that actually cover the cost of food items in South Africa. And you can do that using the little clip icon. So you can add more context as you go along. Okay. Now, I'm going to take you through just very briefly how to set up something like this. And you've got that link to the presentation in the chat. So you can follow along like this for those of you who does have a little GPT. But I'd like some suggestions in the chat on what GPT you'd like to maybe see created. So I'm going to give you a minute. You can either go into your course, give me some learning outcomes. You can go and find an online course and grab content there. You can post an example of something you've been struggling with. And we can start to create a GPT around that. But give me your context. I'll ask for that at 11:24. I'll give you just until 11:24. Please post it in the chat. Okay, the chat is very quiet. I hope everyone is still here today. Okay, then, colleagues, I am going to use an existing module just to assist you in creating your activities. Now, going to, for example, this module, NQF Level 5, Mastering Matter and Energy Concepts, we can see on the intro page that these are our learning outcomes and our assessment criteria. So what I want is this specific content here. I come to a GPT like so. I say explore GPTs, and then I say create at the top right corner. Now, what you're confronted with is at first a little bit scary. We don't necessarily know the configurations as yet, but what I want to draw your attention to is the word create. This is where it really shines. You can make anything you want, any targeted tool for whatever function you want, be it grocery shopping, if you want to use it for personal creation, be it minutes, be it actual activities. Oh, wonderful. I do see a few suggestions here. Please provide me with a graphical representation of this exponential functions using the original content. And then there's another one. I want ChatGPT to create questions around one way between groups ANOVA, such as that I get a scenario on the specific field and follow-up questions. All right, let's go with that second one. For the first one is very, very targeted at a specific function. So that probably GPT could answer on its own. But the second one is a particular tool that is going to be created. It's going to give you different responses in the end. So I think we should use this one. So I'm going to grab this content from the chat, and in the GPT builder, I'm going to give it its role. Okay, so I'm going to say, you are a mathematics facilitator, or let's say educator in South Africa, teaching. Vanele, what types of students do you teach? I think, Richard, would you be able to unmute Vanele? Postgrad, okay, wonderful. Postgraduate students in a face-to-face, online or blended context.
Okay, it's online.
Online, okay, wonderful. Online university, obviously, because it's postgrad. Now, I'm going to ask you one extra question. For your postgraduate students, are we at a honors level, master's level, or doctorate level?
It's honors level.
Honors level. So I'm going to just specify that a little bit more. At honors level. That is NQF 8. All right. So I'm giving it that context, you see. These students are, would you say they are comfortable with technology?
Moderate. I'll say moderate.
Okay, moderately comfortable. All right. Now, let's add in, okay, your function is to teach these students the following. Okay, now I've just pasted your suggestion from the chat and I hit enter. Okay, it's going to think about it a little while. And immediately its next step, it loves to get creative. So it wants to make a little profile picture for your GPT. This is useful for quick reference as you grab them. Now, immediately I start to see the global north influence coming into the AI, because what type of teacher do I have? Even though I've specified it's South Africa, I'm getting a white male teacher. So I might say more vibrant and have an African woman as the teacher. Sorry, Vanilla, I can hear your mail, but I'm also wanting to bring in the feminism aspect of it. We have to cover all transformation agendas. All right, so that's a little bit better. I prefer that a bit more. I can carry on with the back and forth, improving on the picture. I can ask it to maybe look a little bit more fresh. I can tell it specific cartoon styles, and it'll keep giving me back and forth. But I'm fine with this one for now. So I say, yes, I like this one. All right, now it wants to refine. Do you see how it's leading you through the creation? So what should be emphasized or avoided in the responses? So we can say, you know, maintain a professional yet friendly tone, for example, suitable for distance education and online learning. Okay, so you see more contextualization coming in. Now, if you happen to have the teaching and assessment policies from your institution, we could also upload those as well. So let's just say, for example, I am going to click on this icon and say upload from the computer. You can link to your OneDrive, you can upload from the computer, all sorts. And I do have some policies and guidelines in place at the moment. So I am going to bring in our open distance e-learning policy. Okay. Adding it into the mix. Frame your responses around this, or with this policy, the attached policy in context. Okay, so I'm just giving it some more information. Now I want to come back to this question it was asking. You see how it was saying, do we want to have the educator handle questions from students? Should they ask for clarification? No, what I wanted to do, you must generate activities. Are you in the Moodle Learning Management System, Banele?
Sorry?
Which learning management system are you using? Canva, Moodle, Blackboard? Let's do Moodle for now, or my modules, if that's okay. Or for my modules. Moodle LMS, okay. So I add that in. Do you see on the right-hand side how it is giving me prompts? I see there's Blackboard as well. I'm going to say provide Blackboard LMS alternatives. Okay. There we go. So it's giving, I can give it a little bit more. I can make it a little bit wider as well. Now, something I might also build into it is various H5P. So what I've got is a link to various H5P tutorials, as you can see here. I'm going to make this big again, and I'm going to say also offer H5P alternatives. And from this link, using this link. Now, the reason I'm doing all of this, I'm adding each one individually. If you had a normal conversation with an AI, you probably wouldn't think of all of this in one go. You would be wanting to create an activity, and then you're going to struggle with a back and forth in this activity, making it suitable for your space. All right. So what I do is now I'm building all of that context in right at the beginning, and we should get better responses. So Vanilla, what I'm going to ask you to do now is give me a question for the GPT. Let's do that scenario, for example. Let's take that. I'm going to copy it. I might not have as much as I need, but I'm going to test it on the right. Before I hit create, I want to test that it is operating the way that I want it to. I'm going to paste that, and I'm going to say create one activity that should take no more than an hour. Now, I don't want to overload my students with activities. If I'm not grading them, the students don't always see the value in doing the activity. So we want to try and minimize the time for the activity. So let's give that a test. And you have to tell me, is it coming out right or wrong? Okay, it's really throwing them out there. Complete with absolutely every instruction for the students. Okay, let's scroll up a little bit. And Vanilla, I'd like you to unmute and have a look and tell me what you think.
Well,
You can
for the
also,
first part of the,
yes?
I think fine because they will require the mean and the because the purpose will be actually comparing the mean. So it will require those change. It's hard. It can be a possible question and just put it like that. And I'm seeing
Okay. Would you say it's on the right track?
yes, but I wish it could be more like specific. For instance, maybe one of the assumptions, like for instance, I would say like normality. It should maybe look around those questions, maybe or maybe check for normality, something like that. I think this is a general question based on the assumption, not specific questions based on each and each of the assumptions. Because if you look at, can you go a bit up again?
Go up.
Yeah. So the first web is looking homogeneity, something like that, which is showing the assumptions. I think it's question number 5, 2-5, I think.
There.
Yeah. And you see that here, I think those are the assumptions that are made, but then now for each assumption of find out what assumption means. So in this case, I think it's asking about theoretical information rather than maybe using maybe a data to actually check for these assumptions.
Perfect. All right. So what you would then do in a situation like that, first of all, you've done a wonderful critique. You're not completely happy with the response. So you've got to make a judgment call in this instance. You go, okay, in general, is it functioning? Is this GPT functioning the way I need it to? And I can just refine its output with a follow-up question in the chat, like implement a specific calculation, okay? Or is it the way that it is functioning that is incorrect? So in which case I need to come back to the creation space and refine it further. So that you're really making this evaluation beneficial for the GPT. It's going to do better for you. And again, if it's just a small tweak you need to make, just do it in the chat itself. So you can see we're now getting some sample data coming through with the group means, the overall mean, calculating the sum of the squares. Now, I've never tested it with mathematics, so I didn't know that it was quite possible for it to be generating these entire calculations. Does this encourage you, Vanille?
Yeah, it's pretty fine. According to how we calculate manually.
Perfect.
But of course, if I wanted to maybe generate it using another software, maybe some programming language, I'm assuming that I should also specify that.
Yes.
Maybe like any coding or whatsoever interface that maybe the software.
Exactly. So you need to give it that information so it can do a better performance. But can you imagine if you were in a normal chat environment with an AI, it wouldn't remember the next time you went on there a month from now, it wouldn't remember those specific things that you needed to do unless you created a specific profile. Even then, it might start to get a little bit confused. So that's the type of situation in which case I would advocate for creating something like this. You will see in that I've already mentioned it costs about 400 Rand a month. I'm paying for mine personally. I'm quite happy with it, but there's also some gaps, things that it can't do. For example, I've not found it is able to create presentations very nicely, for example. For now, I'm going to say create. And Vanille, What happens here, this works very well. I can share this particular link. I'm going to save it for now, that anyone with the link would be able to use it. But one of the things that I have found is if it is a free unsubscribed user, that they aren't always able to make use of this link. So I'm just going to paste that in the chat for now. Those of you can test it, you can see if it's functioning, you can always add in ways that it can be improved, because remember, this is not my subject specialist area. So I think you could probably make something pretty powerful as the experts that you are. I do see that I am now about 10 minutes over, though we did have a bit of an intro. So I am going to pause there. David or Richard, if there's any further questions, I'm also available to chat. And if there's any further time, then I can show other tools available, or we can have a follow-up session. Thanks, colleagues.
Oh, thank you, Jessica. So, colleagues, that was very interesting to see how you can actually build your own AI chat model. I really, go play around with, developing your own ones to really help you with your work. Remember, you should always use it as a sideline, something that your assistant almost is working with you and you improve over time. And by creating your own ChatGPT models where you feed it in information, it actually becomes quite strong and with the capabilities it can have. Just a reminder, the competition is still open. The responses are rolling in. We've seen quite a few good responses. Please also just remember when you describe the AI tool or, even, how you would use AI, just give it an explanation as well. Not just the product name, perhaps say why it would be so beneficial for you within your course or module that you deliver. Now, with that, we are going to go to the next section, all about gamification. So we all know, okay, we've got a very good course plan, we've got some great activities, and then we struggle with participation. And one of those things how we can really encourage participation from students is through gamification principles, where it becomes a challenge or it becomes fun to interact with various activities and course content. So with this new section, I'm going to hand over to Nafma that will introduce us to some of the gamification that you can use to encourage participation. Thank you, Nafma.
Thank you, Richard. Morning, respected audience. Thank you so much for your time today. And I look forward to exploring the possibilities gamification has to improve participation, especially online participation in the classroom. If you can please give me 1 second to share my screen. Okay, Richard, you let me know if everything is visible.
Yes, you can go to presentation mode.
Are we good to go, Richard?
Yes, all good on our side. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so I think we can all agree that we want to empower, motivate, and support students in their online learning process. We want to afford students with the best online learning experience that motivates them to engage in continuous learning. And today it's going to be interesting for us to explore how gamification, serious games, and game-like elements can increase that online participation. So let's start off by taking a look at the picture. So what do we see? We essentially may see bored students, we see frustrated students, we see confused students, perhaps we even see burnt out students. Or maybe, just maybe, if we think back, we can even begin to see ourselves at the last online lecture or seminar that seemed to last forever. So when looking at the picture, we now have to ask ourselves, how can we transform these pictures into something else? Maybe something like this. Something like this. So this picture is a little bit different. Here we start to see something that might resemble engagement, excitement, and motivation in our students. We ask, how can we ensure that online facilitation results in an engaged audience that's actually actively participating and acquiring knowledge. Well, gamification is identified as one adaptive response that we can explore. So first, let's take a look at what is gamification and what are the game-like elements and how we can gamify to increase that online participation. We start with defining gamification, and this is just going to be a very small definition of gamification that we're going to build upon throughout the presentation. So firstly, if we simplify it, we can see gamification as a process and a product that can address and can break learning barriers. Secondly, we can also see it as the application of play-based learning through game-like elements when we reference ludic pedagogy, and we can also see it as the accommodation of multiple learning styles and intelligence, as well as leveraging motivational forces. But for now, let's not be too concerned about the definition, as we are going to unpack it as previously stated. So starting off with game-like elements. To formulate this definition of game-like elements, it's often useful for us to think back on games that we've played in our past. Perhaps board games like Monopoly that had the entire family fighting for weeks on end and even led to people ignoring each other on WhatsApp. Or maybe you can think of trivia, checkers, or chess that brought out the best of your critical thinking skills, your memory, or your drive to succeed and win. Or perhaps you can think of a video game like Pac-Man, Tetris, or Candy Crush that had you glued to your screen and you just didn't know why. What we notice in all of these games is that they are embedded with one or more game-like elements. So these game-like elements that I'm referencing are things like visual stimulations, auditory stimulations, and fascinating storylines. This is often paired with activities that engage cognitive skills on various levels, from memory retention to complex problem solving and creativity. These activities can include puzzles, riddles, quizzes, and challenges that are always set, or we attempt to always set them to the appropriate level of our audience, and we align it with the interest as well of our target audience. Now, game-like elements are incredibly famous for including motivational forces. Now, these motivational forces, or also something known as motivational elements, will create this force or this driving force essentially in the student, which will then drive their participation and their engagement. And most importantly, it will lead to them actually enjoying the tasks that are at hand in a specific moment when you are facilitating an online session. Now, popular motivational forces that we often see is like point and reward systems, leadership boards, and badges of achievements, which you can integrate into many of the different platforms that we're using today. Other game-like elements, and previously speakers really touched on this very, very well, was the personalization. And personalization we can do in so many different forms and ways. We can do it by creating our own characters for our games or for an online session, essentially, and introducing it to our students prior and getting them to identify a character that they like or that they want to support throughout a specific game that we intend to introduce them to, or even encouraging them to make use of specific avatars that we've created for them, or even encourage them to create it themselves. We also see a game-like element is when you have a part of your game that allows multiplayer modes that provide social interaction. So where players can actually track each other's progress, or they can essentially play with each other and collaborate and communicate with each other throughout specific games. Something that I touched on as well is these rewards and unlockables. So this provides the student with opportunities throughout the game to be motivated. So we start by encouraging them to solve really small tasks, rewarding them for that specific task, and we try to build up these rewards so it culminates into a bigger reward at the end of the game. And we also try to have progress and performance tracking throughout the game so that they can actually monitor their own progression and they can get the sense of achievement throughout the game and see that they are going somewhere and they are building on their own skills. Moving on from this specific point, we also noticed that when we touched on the different types of games that maybe came to mind, there's different forms of gamification and there's different forms of games as well. games that are often used in educational realms are games like point and click games that are often very simplistic to create and also very simplistic to allow students to use while you are facilitating an online session, where essentially you create an entire game and the student just has to point essentially with their mouse, click on a game, and it will basically take them to some other point in the specific game. There's also something like escape rooms where students solve challenges in order to leave one specific space and then go on to another space. And narrative games as well. Now, narrative games is really interesting because you can also have something like audio-visual narrative games in which you have a game that really accommodates multiple learning styles. So in these games, you can have your storyline, which engages your audience. The storyline can have an audio component, which can be in any language that you choose. And here again, we can touch on what previous speakers spoke about. And we have these fantastic AI tools that are capable of audio generation that is embedded in, or which contains different or references or can be linked to different languages, different accents, etc. And you can even determine the age of the specific speaker that you want. And that's how you can create your own audio that's unique to your specific game. The same with images. You can embed these audio visual games with images that you create yourself using AI tools. And there are so many that we can use and we'll look at a little bit later. And we also have live action role play games, which is a little bit more difficult to sometimes implement on a very easy platform or platforms that we traditionally use, but we can use it nevertheless to engage students. So when we look at this, and I really would have loved to kind of dive into the stages of serious game creation, but we can't really do that today just to keep in line with time, but I will touch on it just a little bit. So when we start to create a serious game or a game that is aligned with a learning outcome, you start off with conceptualizing this specific game. You think about what do you want to create? What storyline do you want to create? And you also have to, of course, storyboard this game that you want to create. That's going to rely on, or it's going to require you to also do research on not just the content that you want to cover, but also the content that you want to align with the story you want to introduce to your audience. You then also have to dive into the design element of a game. So when we look at design elements of the game, something we've got to keep in mind is that games are designed in a very specific way. So we've got to kind of really make sure that our game builds upon itself. We've got to make sure that it starts at a specific point, that we provide instructions that's not just linked to the task, but also navigating the specific platform that you've created. Again, it's really fantastic how much you can use AI and ChatGPT to actually give you some insight and even ask you to develop a framework essentially for a game. And as Jessica previously mentioned, you shouldn't rely solely on it, but you can use that to supplement your knowledge and see, are you covering these elements or can you strengthen it in a specific way? Moving to the next stage, it would be that we actually develop the game. And after developing the game, you try to have prototyping and testing to see how individuals actually respond to that game. And once you see that, you can obviously refine this game, implement it, gain evaluation and feedback. And we see this process become circular, where we kind of try to engage in continuous improvement and see at what point students are the most engaged and where we are losing them, or maybe where we haven't aligned it too well with the curriculum which we want to cover. And as always, there's always maintenance that goes into play. So always maintaining the integrity of the game and also the content of the game throughout the process. So moving on to gamification resources. Now, to create a game, we do need gamification resources. And the tricky part here, but the exciting part as well, is that these gamification resources have to support the different stages of game creation. So in the first image, we'll see the storyboard. Now, your storyboard is about what I've referenced in this particular image. It's putting pen to paper. You're basically outlining, this is going to be the story of my game. This is what is going to happen in my game. But this is also the learning outcomes that I want to kind of reach throughout the game. So you're going to essentially have two stories that you have to create. And we have excellent open source software that can also be used for this, like Twine, where you can use this to create those digital narratives and create that visual for yourself, where you can see how a game will progress. When it comes to your graphics, your sounds, and your videos as well, you will have to use different types of resources. And again, there isn't a shortage of resources. We're seeing Microsoft Bing, we see Midjourney, we see Canva, we see Pixabay, all of these different resources that we can essentially use to generate unique images and obviously keep in line with their policies. For example, with Midjourney, if you're going to be generating a specific image, you'd have, and it's going to be for example, commercial purposes, you'd have to I would say acquire their commercial packaging and then be able to, or just conform to their guidelines so that you don't infringe on any legislations or laws when it comes to sharing those images. When it comes to your gamification platforms, here it gets a little bit tricky. So depending on how much functionality you want to have in your game, that's going to determine the game that you want, that the game platform that you're actually going to use. Sometimes it's best to start off simple. This is what I did myself. So I would start off with Google Slides, and I would actually just create my game in a slide format, and then I'll go on to transform it into a RenPy game, which is an open source software game as well. And again, what is amazing is that you can actually follow Jessica's steps, and you can take your Google slide and then you can ask it to essentially provide you prompting, which would help you with the coding which you required, for example, for a RenPy game. But even these specific games like RenPy, Twine, these platforms, they all are really, really amazing because they actually provide you with steps, literal steps and videos on how to create the game throughout the stages. And they actually provide you with an opportunity to even learn how to code in the process. And if it seems really, really daunting, I always say the best option is also collaboration. So if you can find someone to collaborate with, you can learn from them and they can learn from you in this entire process as well. So coming back to the integration of game-like elements into online presentation for greater participation. I know I've rushed through it just a little bit, but I actually want to bring everything back to the game-like elements itself. Because in a perfect world, we actually can go out and create a game from scratch and share it with students, and we can create a game for each and every learning outcome that we want to achieve. But we're not living in a perfect world. And I think a lot of us are thinking, including myself, we don't have that amount of time to invest at this moment. So something that we can remember is that gamification to increase participation doesn't mean you have to create an entire game that students have to play online or that students have to download and play. It can also mean that you just integrate game-like elements into your conventional online session. And I think a lot of colleagues today actually demonstrated this, where they essentially played games with us and they essentially showed us different things. And they actually engaged with us and kept us entertained throughout the entire presentation. So if we look at easy ways just to get started today and just to integrate game-like elements into our online presentations that we're already using, we can do something very simplistic. We can go back to basics. We can go to our learning outcomes and we can select a very simplistic gamified part of our online session and try to link those two things together. And emphasis is on keeping it simple and reminding ourselves that in the beginning, we don't have to gamify everything. The next thing that we can try to do is also try to engage our students even before the online session begins. So one way that I found really works is that you can share something like a free image AI generator, and you can encourage students to create their own royalty-free profile pictures prior to a lesson. And when you ask them to generate, for example, a profile picture or an image, etc., using AI, you're not only providing them with opportunities to engage with artificial intelligence and technology, but you also align that with a set criteria for that image. And your set criteria should align with your learning outcomes once more, or your storyline that you actually intending to introduce to the students. Now, something that's also fun is that when you ask students to create something prior to your online session, don't reveal too much information. Keep some mystery, and it's always good because students are then kind of guessing what's going to happen in the session. Why do they need to create this? And that engages their curiosity and their sense of intrigue even before the lesson begins. Next, once you are going into your online session, we look at, for example, contextualizing the information or framing it within an interesting and relatable storyline. Now, something we know is that we're going to have a diverse range of students, and we don't always know what's interesting for ourselves in comparison to what's interesting for our students. We can vary quite a lot, and students can vary in comparison to each other. So what you can do is you can even do something as easy as sharing a Google form prior to your lesson that can establish the interests of the majority of your students. You can ask students to select, for example, if they prefer to save the world from, let's say, hunger or climate change or political instability. And this will provide you with data on what the majority of your students would be engaged by. And this also provides students with this opportunity to identify, or this feeling that they are determining to a large degree their own learning course and their journey that they're going to go on with you through the upcoming online process, and also gain some insight into what their fellow students are interested in. So building on this, we use the data, we create our plot and a storyline we know our audience is going to be engaged by. We can then create challenges and tasks that we can present throughout our presentation. And when we create these challenges and tasks, so for example, if you're going to create a quiz or you're going to create a puzzle, it's important to remember that it's done in a way that's scaffolding. So we want to kind of increase the complexity of tasks incrementally and progressively. We want to build on the students' knowledge, and we also want to build the intensity or the difficulty levels when it comes to the tasks you actually ask them to do. And we also want to have variation. Now, the reason why we want to have variation is because a lot of the times one task that one student enjoys is not necessarily a task that another student enjoys or that another student identifies as being their strength. And they might actually feel kind of alienated by that task. But when they're introduced to the next task, they might be engaged by that task. And in that way, you win back a student that could be lost instead of just keeping one line of task throughout your presentation. Now, something that was also fantastic to see in today's presentations was the engagement of the audience. And we can do this not only with games, but integrating game-like elements where there is responses or there is the input of a specific student, and immediately there is a response to it, or there's a feedback channel essentially to them. So if you're using something like MS Teams, you can ask students, or you can even create a challenge. You can post it in the chat box, because I'm thinking in terms of, for example, if most students aren't going to have access to different types of games where they can actually download it or use it, or the technological interface is not going to be applicable or easy for them to use, you can even just post these challenges in the text box, and you can allow them to respond to it. And you also try to respond back to them very quickly so that they have this feedback and this reward system applied throughout this entire engagement. Now, something you can then also do is that you can also make use of your breakaway rooms. And these breakaway rooms can then help with students generating agreed solutions, which they can then share with the rest of the group later on to a specific challenge or a specific task you've kind of given to them, or game you've introduced them to play throughout your presentation. And this will then encourage them to engage in online collaboration and social interaction, which can be really, really exciting, and also lead to them creating a lot of networks which can help them in future. The next step is that we can get students to engage once again throughout the session by running polls throughout our session, asking them to respond and also collecting the responses so that we can identify how we can essentially improve our engagement in future. And also the response once again positively reinforces the students' engagement. And something that's really important to remember is that when we're responding to students, games as well as in a specific chat, we don't want to really respond by saying this is good, this is bad, but we want to positively reinforce their engagement, which is the most vital thing throughout online participation. Now, cutting it a little bit short, I'm going to come back to what I promised earlier, and that's unpacking the definition of gamification. And what we can start to see is that gamification is the use of these game-like elements to leverage the effects of different types of stimulation, storytelling, engagement, thought, and motivational forces for educational learning purposes. Gamification also includes acknowledging that to increase online participation, it's essential for us to know our audience, and that while we can be certain of we can't be certain of every student's unique learning strengths and challenges, we can consult literature, we can consult theory, we can consult evidence, and we can consult students themselves. When we also look at the evidence, when we also look at literature, we are reminded that student learning styles do vary and that they're often not zero-sum, but they occur in different degrees. And that gamification responds and supports inclusive learning by offering learning opportunities that accommodate more than one learning style in a setting. When we also look at Gardner's multiple intelligence theory, the value of gamification becomes a little bit more apparent. We also see that gamification provides opportunities for students to make decisions and make mistakes. It allows them to collaborate and engage in healthy competition and collaboration, which can motivate their learning. And ultimately, it also provides a way to increase online participation. So to end off, I will summarize it by saying that gamification is an attempt to respond to learning barriers by providing equitable opportunities through play-based learning and technologically engaging strategies that transform knowledge into engaging mediums. Thanking you for your time and your patience today.
Thank you, Nathma. That was quite interesting. And I'm sure, colleagues, you can see the importance of having gamification, that it really gets the student to engage and to enjoy the course, that they look forward to doing the activities in the learning process. So thanks once again, Nathma. That was very, very interesting. So next up is going to be Prof. Mpagele, and she's going to be speaking about academic integrity and unpacking why it's so important, especially in the age of proctoring and online exams, and of course all the cheating issues that always seem to come up in social media. So I'm going to hand over to Prof. Mpagele to continue with today's course. Over to you, Prof. Prof, I think you might just need to unmute. Prof, your presentation is clear, but we're not hearing you. Colleagues, we're just going to see if we can get Prof the audio sorted quickly. Just be patient with us. We're going to quickly have a look. On your side, Richard, are you getting any sound?
Hi, David. Can confirm no sound coming from Prof. I think the issue might actually be either with her MS Teams, possibly, that might be causing an issue. It does sometimes do that with audio.
All right, in that case, Prof, what we're going to do is we're going to continue the program.
Sorry,
There we go.
I'm opening my audio on my phone, and then I'll be presenting on the laptop. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, Prof.
Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, I can see my settings, dear Megar, here. When I use Zoom and I switch to Teams, it does that sometimes. So anyway, thanks so much for the patience, colleagues. Let me just a minute. Okay. Thank you so much, colleagues. Good afternoon. I'm here to talk about academic integrity. Our colleagues in the morning showed us how we can design our teaching and learning activities, and the presentation which we just saw right now, how do we gamify. And I also like Jessica's presentation to show when she showed us how we can create our own GPT. And I believe with that, we've seen how we can control what students get from the GPT, unlike when they just go into ChatGPT and access whatever information and copy and paste into their assessment scripts and submit for us to mark. So colleagues, one thing I want us to look at first is that we should be aware that our students view academic integrity or academic dishonesty differently. I'm posting two pictures there. There's one where we see two people looking at the same blocks, and one is seeing 4 and one is seeing 3. That is how some of our students view academic integrity or academic dishonesty. We are currently doing focus groups interviews in our regions. We've been traveling throughout the country, and few students that we have engaged with, that's where I gathered majority of them, they feel like they are entitled to being dishonest due to whatever reasons they have. They will give you their workload reasons, their socioeconomic background reasons. There are so many reasons that they justify for their dishonesty. And as we see the second picture there, it also teaches us that academic dishonesty didn't start now with technology. It has been there. That is why in our exam rooms, we used to have invigilators that will walk around and check if there are any students who are practicing dishonesty. But nowadays, it seems as if it just started with online exams or with the online assessments. Maybe it's because we have social media and information is available to anyone at whatever time. I don't know, but I'm just assuming that can be the reason. And colleagues, another question is, why should we uphold academic integrity? This is the question which, when I hear students' responses regarding this issue, they don't get it. They don't really understand why should we uphold academic integrity. And they don't understand the importance of maintaining credibility in the institution, because if we don't maintain our credibility, it means the credentials that we have in the institution are not going to be respected, are not going to be valued. And by doing so, by upholding academic integrity, we are protecting the reputation of our institution itself. I believe no one will be happy to graduate from an institution, and when you go into the workplace, then you are being told, we don't hire people from institution A because majority of them, they get their qualifications in an incredible way. So we should also promote authenticity in the qualifications we are producing, and we need to also promote that culture of honesty where we know that this environment of our institution has honesty and ethical behavior, and we should even teach our students to say this should be a norm, not an exception, because some of them they think is something they can choose to do. And by so doing, colleagues, we will be enhancing a good learning wherein our students can engage more deeply with their work, and this will lead to more meaningful and rewarding educational experience. Some of our students, when they just register, you'll hear them looking for assessments instead of them trying to understand the content. They don't care about the content. They care about getting the assessment and get it done and over with. And that is very worrying. And I believe what NAFMA has just presented about gamifying, maybe it can bring that interest for them to be interested in knowing the content, because the content will be full of fun. So we do have some core principles of this academic integrity, and I believe our colleagues are aware of these core principles. And I'm just gonna bring some of the practical experiences we have in our institution regarding these principles. For example, with regards to honesty, we find some of our students, they don't really understand the importance of being honest in their academic activities, to the extent that they would even bring information such as I lost my parent, I lost my uncle. Some they will be sending horrific pictures of people who were in accidents and say, this is my uncle, that is why I couldn't do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I believe even if, yes, you might have experienced certain tragic or traumatic experiences, you don't have to go into those. For me, some I find very traumatic, where a person is sharing such images of people in hospital, and I believe it might even be not allowed for him to get into the hospital ward and take such a picture just to share with a lecturer. And that shows me that it is because that honesty has been broken, and some will go into such extra mile to try to prove that I'm honest with what I'm telling you. And that also, it is affecting how a trust has been built between us as lecturers and our students. And again, our students are unable to take accountability and responsibility for their work. You'll hear a student saying, a lecturer has failed me. And I always say to them, no lecturer can deliberately just fail a student. They fail the work that you produced. It will mean the work that you produced is not up to standard, or the work that you have produced is not responding to the outcomes that the lecturer was looking for. So those are some of the parts they don't understand. And I believe if we can have that awareness of academic integrity, the issue of fairness and respect will be restored among the work, the teaching, the learning, research, assessments, and between us and the students, because it is even not about it's not about us only as humans to say there should be respect between us, but are we also respecting the work that we are doing? Are we respecting the work of others that we are accessing and trying to construct knowledge from? So that comes to that point where I'm saying recognizing and valuing the contributions and intellectual properties of others. So are we even respecting the content that we are gathering from the online space? Because I believe majority of people are no longer visiting libraries physically to get resources. We have libraries online. Everything is just online for most of us. colleagues, there are most common forms of academic dishonesty among students, and majority of us in this call, I believe, we are aware of these most common forms. However, they are those of us who misinterpret these common forms of dishonesty among students. I remember once I saw a certain script from one student where the lecturer has written plagiarism and gave the student 0%. And the student engaged the lecturer to say, why are you saying I plagiarized? Then the explanation of the lecturer gave me an impression that sometimes we think we know these terms, but we tend to um, misinterpret them, because now the lecturer said she was referring to the font sizes and the font types where she saw another script which have similar font types and font sizes, and it had, for me, it had nothing to do with plagiarism, because the lecturer was not referring to any similar content or same content that can say these two students have same content which one could have plagiarized the other, or maybe the student have plagiarized information from a specific source. So that's one example, colleagues, to say maybe even as academics we need to revisit some definitions and descriptions of these common forms, so that when we are telling our students that you did this, when we say to a student you cheated, we should be knowing what cheating means in the academic space, and where do you say a student has plagiarized, and where do you say a student have done unauthorized collaboration. And I just learned this week when we were in Rustenburg, where one of the students shared with us to say they no longer go into AI for answers because AI is being detected by Turnitin. But what they do before exams, they would create a team, and they have one Microsoft Word document shared on the team. And if, for example, there are 4 questions and there's 4 of them in the team, one will handle question 1, the other handle question 2, and so forth. Then after they access the document, they write all of them, then they get time to finish all those 4 questions in a short space of time. Then they download the document, they go and paraphrase so that for each student the information seems different. Then they go and submit the assessment. They say that's how now they are running away from AI, because AI is being detected. So they do collaboration, but as I'm explaining this, you can hear it's an unauthorized collaboration. And it was so funny because after one student shared that, the other one was saying, why are you sharing our war strategies with the enemy? Because the lecturers are our enemy. And in this education space, we are in war. So we can't share all our war strategies. So those are some of the things, colleagues, we need to be aware of. And that's why at the beginning, when I showed the pictures, to say for some students, they don't see any wrong in doing academic dishonesty, because for them it's a strategy to win this war. They call it a war, and they take it that when you are in war, every strategy that can make you win against your opponent, you can use it. They don't see this as acquiring knowledge, acquiring skills that are going to be relevant at their workplace. For them, it's about getting this qualification, the rest shall follow. So there are, of course, factors that are contributing to this dishonesty. We know that our students, especially in our space which is open and distance, we have students who are working, we have students who are parents, so they get pressure, especially due to the many commitments that they have, and they also want to achieve high grades. And but some, they just lack the knowledge about the academic rules, and they get into the space, they get orientated by the wrong crowds, and then they just find themselves swimming in that pool without knowing where they are going. And again, majority of our students, they have little misunderstanding of the artificial intelligence role in their studies, where they see artificial intelligence as the tools which will do the work for them. And I believe that is where we're going to come in to say, how do we assist them in that? And colleagues, whether we like it or not, the academic dishonesty have an impact, a huge one in our society, because one that we have identified is that it is reducing the learning. Our students are no longer learning. They just want to achieve the grades, and that's it. They don't care whether they understand or not. So in that, for me, it undermines the work that we are doing. As much as we will sit and prepare, we will create our own GPTs and try to feed them with the resources that we want our student to gain knowledge from. They don't care about that. Then it undermines our work, and also it tarnishes the institution's academic reputation. So we hear some of the institutions are saying, I cannot hire students from this university or this college because they are not really competitive, or they are not really skilled. So this academic dishonesty, colleagues, it might lead us into some of our qualifications being revoked, especially where there are severe cases. I remember hearing about a PhD thesis which was revoked when a person already was a professor and they found out the thesis was plagiarized. So as much as some students are thinking that so and so got a degree, followed this route, I'm going to do the same. They don't know when can be their unlucky day. So the question now is, how can us as institutions of higher learning uphold academic integrity? As ADOV, we realize that one important thing is to educate and make our students aware. That is why we have webinars that we hold with our students, and they are so frequent. And in those webinars, we teach them the right way to use these tools which are there in the online space, and we make them aware of academic. And we are striving to get clear policies. Our institution currently is busy trying to finalize the AI policy, and we have guidelines that are being in place so far that are being used. However, we still have some gaps. That is why sometimes we are in the news for the wrong reasons. However, that will make us grow, and those wrong reasons that are being are being posted on the media are helping us to even close our gaps and to learn more about what is needed in our institution. And one thing is to also make sure that the institution have support systems. This initiative, ADO, it has got so many collaboration with the support systems within the university. Most of the individuals in our program, we are representing different support systems from the university. And in that way, when we are in a webinar, when students are posing questions or are bringing queries, we are able to support on the spot, and we support relevantly, because majority are representing different departments and different support systems in the university. And some of the measures that our universities are using, they opt for academic penalties, which some of them, for me, they are not really working, because you find you want to reduce marks for students, and at the later stage, they might supplement and still do the same. But for some, maybe it works because you find a student thinking that I don't want my marks to be reduced because of academic dishonesty. And while for some, we find students facing legal disciplinary um, processes. So also in our university, because nowadays we are using online assessments, we no longer having the face-to-face. We use proctoring instruments, and those proctoring instruments we are using, they go along with some guidelines to say when students are defying the use of this proctoring, we have guidelines in place to say if you do this, this is the repercussions, and if you do this, these are the repercussions. But before we even come to the proctoring instruments, we have workshops and training where students are workshopped, they are being trained, they are being informed, they are being shown, we demonstrate to them how these tools work and how they should go about responding to specific questions in the assessments. We even teach them um, how to respond to different multiple choice questions, how to respond to essay type questions, how can they approach scenario questions. We don't just start by punishing, we teach first, and then we also encourage our academics to say, when you set questions, you need to set questions that require application of knowledge. And also students should always give responses within their context. In that way, there will be no copying each other's work. And when academics are using multiple choice questions, we encourage randomization where, for example, if your students are 200 in your module, you can have maybe 1,000 questions where you randomize about 50 for each student. In that way, student A will have different set of questions as opposed to student B. And when they try to compare their answers or their questions, they will realize it is just a waste of time and everyone will focus on their work. And in all this, the workshops and the training, we are trying to promote a clear communication between us and students. And when they start with their assessments, they are well informed of what is expected of them and what can happen should they be found being dishonest. And again, we are trying to teach our students and our academics to say, these are some of the ways where you can uphold academic integrity by ensuring that you cite properly the works of others. And when I say properly, what do I mean? Since we have this AI which can generate a proposal for you or an essay for you, some students, they still just go to AI and say, give me an essay on this question. Then it gives them the responses. However, because they don't buy the licenses to these AI tools, they will have only that essay answer without the citations. And what they do, they will just go to Google Scholar and get citations, or later they can just say to AI, give me some citations, and it will just list some sources, and they will take those sources and just plug at the end of each sentence or at the end of each paragraph. For me, that's not proper citation. Yes, citation is there, but it's not a proper citation. And again, you'll find where they put a citation is not even the works of that person, meaning they might be misrepresenting the author with such information. And we encourage students to have their original work, and they can use AI maybe to paraphrase or rephrase for better readability, unlike they take the work of the AI. And accurate reporting, it goes with that one of proper citation, because you'll find some of the students, they will just say Mphahlele 2025 established this theory only to find it's not even the truth. Then, as I mentioned earlier when I gave the scenario where students are saying they share a document online and then they collaborate. So such is an ethical collaboration, and then we're striving to teach them the ethical collaboration to say you can collaborate and have discussions, but later leave the discussion and go, each one of you apply the knowledge you gathered from that collaboration without just taking whatever your other students have done and then paraphrasing. The way our students love paraphrasing is so scary because they think paraphrasing is a solution to being dishonest after using AI or after taking the work of someone. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Sheila. So that brings us now to our almost our last two sessions for this afternoon. So I'm going to introduce to you David that will give you insights on how you can identify students at risk. As you know, a lot of students with participation, especially if you've got big groups, it gets hard to, how can I say, identify people that are not participating in activities. But he will take us through exactly how you can identify the students. Thank you, David.
All right, thank you, Richard. And yes, thank you, colleagues, still in the afternoon. All right, I'm just putting my camera on so you can see I've got my beanie on. So I'm actually in Pretoria, but yeah, it's not that hot, actually. The room is fairly chilly. But yeah, anyway, guys, so let's continue. We're on lesson 6. So what we're going to do is, and you must just sort of follow this along. So if you're traveling to the Western Cape, the aircraft have been fitted with this new type of jacket just to keep the aircraft and everybody warm. So Richard, that's especially for you. So yes, let's continue, colleagues. Okay, a couple of discussion topics that I'm going to work through. We're going to look at the student life cycle, and then it builds into the learning analytics. So you'll actually understand once I've presented how this actually all fits together in terms of building up that point where you actually understand what students are going through. Okay, so with regards to the student life cycle, so there are different stages that you can go through, but generally they are like this, but they can be adaptable. It's not a hard and fast rule. You are able then to build your own, or your institution at least, but we're just going to run through just to give you an idea where does data actually come in and how you can actually use that data in learning analytics. Okay, so the prospective stage is quite a simple one. Your marketing guys would be doing it. And I mean, when students engage in any institution, what are the type of things they're really looking for? So please use the chat. I've posted a couple of options here: tuition fees, resources available, accessibility. But in your view, what are those other elements that play a big role with students actually wanting to come to your institution? So please use the chat, post them in there, and when I get a chance, I'll also have a look and see what you guys are saying. Well, I'll ask Richard just to pop in and check and tell me what are the students saying. But really, it is about the branding of the institution, and that's why people come and study. But there are different reasons as well. In terms of data, nothing much really here. It is a marketing element. With most institutions, there is some sort of application now, admission system that you'll go through to ensure that, because I mean, there's so many people that want to study, right? I mean, most institutions are overloaded. There's people simply cannot get in to certain universities, or most of the universities. So when they apply, right, there's normally an application process, there's documents they're going to fill in. Mostly it's all online now, so it's really cool. And directly after the application period, there's a wonderful opportunity to have what here at UNISA, we normally call it a pre-registration workshop. And the whole concept there is we've got students who are interested, they've received an offer, they've accepted the offer, but they actually haven't decided really that they are still going to study because they haven't registered. There could be many factors why that is the case, or if they don't register, what the reasons could be. But in essence, when we're talking about learning analytics, this is your first data point, and I'll explain what a data point is a little bit later. But here you can really gather some information about the people who are applying at your institution. Mostly it's demographic data, and you will have some sort of insight into what sort of careers students are going for. So this is really your first point of information that you can get through. All right, so as I said, you've got data points. So in other words, in this life cycle of a student, there's certain periods where you're going to get data from the student based on their decisions and how they are actually going to do in their studies. So for example, here we've got a data point of a student where from the application side, we would have something like an ID number, which means we've got a good idea of the age of the student. It's easy enough to work it out. You get them their student number, they've got their full names, date of birth, and all that type of information. Most likely with application, you'll also then have an idea of what the person wants to study. Not at modular level, but at least at a qualification level. So that's some information there. Then the student would then continue and go and register. Hopefully they've gone through the course, they know what they're going to get themselves into, and then they come and register. Once a student registers, that student number, right, that becomes really, really critical bit of information, because that's the unique identifier that will tell us about that student's journey from A to Z, and it's all linked to their student number. All right, so then the student goes and registers, they select their modules. So now they've selected modules. So that means based on your historical data, pass rate, failure rates, you can really start, the analytics side at least, can really start formulating calculations to say, well, for this module, you had 50,000 students who registered in the previous year. This is how they did academically, let's say at high school. And based on this, it could actually tell you, these are the students who passed, this is how they did. So it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to give you a direct answer, but it can paint a picture for you then to say, okay, maybe when students have a certain percentage, we could then consider some sort of interventions or programs that can target those specific elements that might be lacking. So this is where AI is coming in. And you can see today with all the different presentations, AI can do a lot for us, but at the end of the day, we still need to make decisions that's going to benefit our students. Right, the student then registers, they're ready to go. Next thing is, okay, fine, now we need to support them. And this is usually a lot of activities happening in a very short space of time between registrations and the first assignments or the modules kicking off. So things like time management, it's critical. They need to know how to manage their time, being online, having the devices. All of those things play a huge role. What type of skill level do they have? Academic reading and writing. Do they have it? How would you check to see the quality of their writing? Maybe it might be a first assignment where they introduce themselves. You might find students use SMS language. So again, then you really got these points that are coming out to say, okay, there's some things that we're going to need to put into our courses. Of course, you do have tutorial classes. Again, those are focused on your module content that again can help students who maybe have lacked it or certain sort of education levels or prior to studying. So for example, if they didn't do that great in maths or science, but they still got into the university, then hopefully there's a bit more extra added value that can be added to strengthen those areas where students may be lacking. Then, of course, the big one is the learning management system. I mean, that's a critical one, that's a key one, and a lot of data can actually come out of your learning management system. A student who's engaging, who's going to the discussion forums, who's asking questions, how do they perform against students who are absolutely quiet? So that's really where learning analytics can come in and say, but we're seeing a trend here based on what the data is telling us. But you, as the lecturer or the institution or the department head, will still need to make a decision to say, okay, how do we then further engage based on what the data is telling us? Then once the student has completed sort of the first part of their studies, then of course we hit straight into exams. Now, since COVID, everything really went online and most institutions are online. And so then, of course, that thing called proctoring tools now has come into the frame. Okay, so how do students now deal with technology stress? Again, students who attend training on proctoring tools, how do those compare to those who did not engage with proctoring tools. So lucky, for example, with Arrow, we've got a LMS, a learning management system, where we've loaded up exam course where students can engage the course. They can do it either on their own, in an online session, or even in face-to-face. And the student then can go through the materials, go do a mock exam, and then we are able to track how many of the students did actually go and write an exam in an online platform, at least one. So luckily, or not luckily, our data really showed us now from an analytics point of view that for our last cohort, every single student at least attempted one exam, online exam. Those are the students who attended our training, and that was awesome for us to see, because that means the technology stress is going down because students are feeling comfortable, they're feeling confident, and they would at least try to write the exam instead of just saying, I cannot do this, and quitting. So yes, so this is great as well. So this type of exam data now can also help you paint a picture to see how are those interventions, training courses, tutorial classes actually helping with the technical aspects, in this case exams. Now the retention, guys, this is actually very important, and it doesn't actually mean when the student writes the exam then retention comes in. Retention actually begins from the very moment the student applies and is successful at the institution. In other words, they've received an offer and they've accepted the offer. Then the retention program actually starts kicking in. Like we saw there, the pre-registration orientation. So if you have a retention unit, then this is the type of aspects they are going to start dealing with. In other words, you've got these gaps of time where certain activities can be initiated before the academic activities kick off. So between applications and registration is a time period. From the point of registration opening and the student can successfully register to the very first time the module kicks off with whatever activities they need to do, there's another period. So as you can see, there are certain periods where there is time for the student, but it's a matter of the students being aware of what's available, how do they engage that material, and how do they get assistance when they get stuck or need assistance. So yes, so this really then paints a nice picture that retention are going to be throughout the year with the student, but also trying to contact the students. For example, there's a program that's run at the University of South Africa where students who don't submit their first assignment for certain at-risk modules, then the student practitioners would actually try and phone them up and say to them, hey, we see you doing this module, we see you haven't submitted, what is happening on your side? Of course, that means it's very labor intensive and there's a lot of data they can gather. But of course, when you have 400,000 students in university, of course, it's quite a daunting task. But yes, smaller groups, smaller institutions, that is probably more feasible. But it's having that human contact from a university or an institution to the student to say, hey, you're not just on an online space on your own, but there's actually people here that want to engage with you. So again, that data that these guys can generate can also say and help you with your intervention programs. Then the completion stage, hopefully that means the student then completes the course, and then of course the whole cycle begins again. All right, where the student then will apply for the next course, and so life continues. So of course now the full circle has come to pass. Now, my presentation really is looking at the learning analytics side. So once the student now is in your system and you've got the data, yes, you can start understanding how to enhance that student's chances of actually passing. You hear this a lot about retention of students, pass rates. It's always buzzing around in social media. But an AI can do a lot of the analytics for you, and that's the great thing. But you need to feed it the data that it can use to make it worthwhile, right? To be able to give you feedback so that you then can make those decisions. So let's have a look at this. First and foremost, guys, and you know the POPI Act, I think it's well versed. So what you need to understand is, guys, with learning analytics, you're not necessarily sharing data outside of your institution, okay? Because that would obviously be a POPI Act violation, or you'll have to follow the legal processes to do that. But you need to tell the student, what are you doing with their data? Business data basically says you're going to collect information about that student, but you need to process that data a bit further. In other words, you've got all this information from registrations, admissions, what they've registered, how they've performed. So the data is there. All you're going to do is AI would then process that data to tell you that these are the elements that maybe can assist the student. So legal compliance is there, but of course you're not sharing it out of your institution, therefore it shouldn't be a problem. But of course you do need legal just to make sure there is notifications during the processes that your student data will be processed further for internal business function only. So just take note of that. Okay, then what happens is, now this is really where your ICT guys come in, and with all the systems that you have, mostly because most of them are online, the data is captured in online formats, the ICT guys, your information technology colleagues, would be able to build a system where the data is then kept in databases, and then your AI technology like Power BI, for example, can actually harvest that data and then generate suggestions really on what is happening with your cohort of students. So when the collection happens and the analysis happens, then of course your colleagues who are proficient in this would then come back and say, based on the data we're seeing, this is basically what you can see. And we'll actually have a look at some dashboards as we go along. This is why the learning management system, and I know quite a few colleagues like Jess also mentioned them, it's very important that you have an LMS system that can allow you to access the data, right? So that you can really understand what is the student doing in the online platform, because that's really where they are going to be most of the time. So that is really the primary goal of learning analytics, is really to improve the students' performance. So in other words, imagine now you go and you have a system and you give the students, let's say, a mathematics paper. Let's say it's at a certain level that you understand, and this is what you would expect the students to achieve. They go and do that. Now the data comes back to you. AI can then actually go through it and identify which students would need what type of support to improve their answers, their answering of the questions. So this is really the power of analytics. And I think as we go on and the developments that are happening at the universities, this is going to become even more and more important for the work that we are doing. Adaptive learning, it's a really interesting aspect. It's basically what I just explained, where a student can do a certain activity, but the AI then can detect based on their answer. Let's say it's a math equation, they do the steps. AI could maybe then go and understand, but you've actually now done something incorrect. All your method or logical thinking is out. Therefore, these resources then can help the student improve their understanding of that specific topic. So adaptive learning really customizes based on performance what exactly has the student done and how can we improve them. In an English way, it would be simple. If they type a paragraph that it may be introducing themselves, then technology could say your tenses, your grammar and things like that. This is how you can improve it. Or this is how the sentence could be written to improve it. But not simply to copy and paste, because that kills the whole purpose of learning, isn't it? So then with the student retention unit, I was working there previously, so we were well versed in this. So we also looked at performance of students. In other words, with the module, how did students perform? But we also changed the narrative, because instead of saying, okay, these students failed, why did they fail? We also said, okay, these students passed very well. Why did they pass very well? So they would then go call the students and find out, okay, what trends would they actually pick up from the data to say that, okay, the students did a certain course at high school, for example, or they did something externally before at the university, and this is what the student says they felt helped. And when you have 50,000 records coming in, the AI can really then paint a picture to say, okay, these are the commonalities that we are seeing that actually can help, that may help. It doesn't mean it will help, but may help you improve your module with certain students. So if that means a 10% pass rate, would that be really valuable? Of course, passing one student will make a difference to that student. Hence, it's worth it. Now, the historical data, I did just touch on it. The nice thing is, because we've got a lot of online data now, we do or are able to produce information from these modules to actually go and see what exactly previously was happening. Okay, it will paint a picture for us, but as I keep saying, hey, it's great it can paint a picture, but we actually still need to implement interventions. There is always risk with systems, all right? I mean, there is a marginal percent that certain different learning styles will suit different students, and that we know. So hopefully with AI, you will actually find that the more it develops, the more it can understand students, and the more it will be able then to provide insights to say, these things can actually help this type of learner. Okay, because students are different. Then, of course, student-facing analytics is also becoming quite interesting. Of course, there's again a positive side, negative side. In other words, we can put information to say to a student, based on this module you're doing or this course you're doing, your fellow students are doing X amount of time on the LMS, whereas you are only doing this amount of time, or reading the pages or accessing the materials. So it can also paint a picture for the student to say, okay, maybe I need to pull up my socks a bit and work hard, or bring out that competitive nature in students, because there is a competitive nature, which could be a negative, to push the student to say, hey, I need to work harder, I need to find out when I don't understand things. Again, you've got to balance it though. And of course, the contact element is also very important. With most of the research that we see from learning analytics, one of the biggest aspects is when a student sends an email or a WhatsApp, it's like they're not talking to a real person, because now AI can simply respond very quickly. It's one of the elements with chatbots. It's great, students can interact with it, but sometimes they just want that human person to talk to. So the contact, that's why I was talking about the SOU, getting a phone call saying, hey, how's it going? We see you've missed an assignment. That can also lead to a more positive perspective on your studies, that you're just not a number, especially when the university gets really, really big. But on that side of chatbots as well, it's also very interesting to see that, for example, with exams, we've got one, I think probably Richard might even speak about it. We've got a chatbot called Lawazi, all right? And the students would engage with that chatbot, and they would actually say, look, I'm feeling stressed. And the chatbot would then harvest the data that tells the student how to deal with stress. And at the end of the conversation, because now it's a conversation with the AI tool, the student would feel so relieved that they would even say, I love you, Lawazi, and I'm now feeling comfortable based on the information that you've given me. So it shows you that the power of AI can really, really come in when maybe the human element isn't available for the student. So that was quite interesting from what we've seen. Okay, so a couple of dashboards, as we can say, and you know, it's so easy. Like, for example, here you can see a whole bunch of students are mostly in Southern Africa. Okay, and we've even got someone over there and things like that. Now, this is just on a specific course, not necessarily the entire university. So you can actually see this. Interestingly enough, when we do our online exam training, we actually do find that students are all over the world. Okay, we even have students in the Pacific Ocean. There's a student studying all the way there on an island. And yes, the data could actually say to us, there is a student there and this is how they're doing. So even though they're completely Odell, I mean, couldn't be further, the fact is, yes, you can start understanding your students, what languages they speak, not necessarily read. We find that there's a lot of students who say they can speak Zulu, but they cannot read Zulu. So now you find that that's interesting. So you cannot make a decision saying, oh, our students do understand everything about Zulu, but the reality is they only can speak it, they cannot read it. So our content we create won't actually help them because they're not going to read it. So yeah, things like that. So again, that's what I'm saying to you. AI can paint the pictures, you can give it the data, but at the end of the day, we need to make the decisions. And you can see it can go back in time. You can use data from different elements, from training, from how many assignments they submitted during the semester. So you can really build up a lot depending on what you need and how you need it to work. But again, this is where ICT would come in. And of course, the guys at your the DII guys, I can't remember what the definition is, Department of Information Technologies. And they would be able then to actually delve down and get the specialists to actually build the dashboard that really speaks to your module. And I know with the University of South Africa, we do actually have a lot of dashboards that starts to point pictures at what's really happening at our institution. And that's pretty much it, guys. It's a lot to go through. I know I've only had a little bit of time to actually work through this, but in essence, when you talk about learning analytics, it could be a whole week of training almost that you would actually need to work through to really get into it and understand how it all works. But I hope my brief summary has sort of given you some ideas, and I'm looking forward to engaging with you further in the chat. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you, David. So, colleagues, that brings us to the last section of our program today. So I'm just quickly sharing my screen with you. Now, just to highlight, the judges are starting to look at the responses. So just after this, we will give you a reply on the winners for the competition. So you still have just 1 or 2 minutes to complete. If you have not entered the competition yet, the link is in the chat. Now, as you might know, you've learned quite a lot today, and it's a lot to take in. So it's almost impossible, to really grasp everything that we covered today. But I'm glad to release today one of our courses on foundational skills on online facilitating in an online environment. So, or online facilitation, online environment. So this is actually a course that was developed quite a few years ago. It's been adapted along the years for our e-tutors, where they provide online support to our students. So I saw actually quite a few of our e-tutors also among us. So a lot of them have actually covered the course already. And it's really an insightful course that really takes you from the theoretical background all the way to the practical. So this online MOOC that we will be launching, we will share the link a bit later. Now, this really explains to you what is online facilitation. As you might already know, it's a little bit more complex than just, giving class in a school or on a school subject, for instance, a physical environment. There's always these rapid, developments in ICT. I mean, even what is it, more than just over a year and a half ago, we didn't even talk about AI. Now it's everywhere, and we have to adapt to that, especially in the learning environments. And we really want to, the support to really support the students as optimally as we can in an online environment. So this course, basically you can cover in 4 to 6 weeks. It's an open course. It's got quite a lot of activities, and it really establishes the basic skills that you need for facilitating an online environment. It includes self-reflective activities, and also you can evaluate your progress as you go along. So this MOOC has 6 syllabus. So it starts off for understanding the role of an online facilitator, really what your role is when you're especially supporting students in a course, applying basic pedagogical skills in an online learning environment. So we explore the popular pedagogies and also the emerging ones and how you can actually apply that within the online environment. Then we really get to the practical side of it. How do you actually design engaging online activities? So you've seen a lot of tools today that can help you perhaps design those activities, but how do you really know that it is an effective activity? So you learn the principles to really evaluate those activities to make sure that they are engaging. And then, as you know, we in a multicultural environment, people from different disciplines, from different backgrounds. Now, how do you support those students with in their studies? And that's where study unit 4 comes in, with the social and experimental learning. And this also brings up, the universal design principles. How do you support students with different learning styles, different with students with different capabilities? Maybe you've got students, for instance, that can't see very well. But how do you make sure your content is optimized for all the groups of students? And then we really delve into the learning management systems. So this is a very general topic where we, go into what is the online learning environments, what tools are available out of the box, how do you use them? And I must say, with this one, we also go a little bit deeper. You heard earlier about H5P. Many of you might not even have known about it, but it's actually a very nice open source tool that you can use already. You can develop activities offline and you can make it available to your students. It's a great way to learn how to practically implement, engaging online content. I'll also show you perhaps just briefly one of the MOOCs that we developed since we on gamification that used gamification principles, and all of this was actually accomplished with H5P. And then as per David's presentation, understanding the student walk, we actually in the learning management system cover also the analytics that's available to you. And then how do you use that analytics to support students with their student walk. So with our specific learning outcomes for the course, you will definitely walk away with understanding the role of an online facilitator, how to apply pedagogical skills, design social and experimental learning activities, understand the online learning environment, the learning management systems, the tools that's available, understand the student walk in an online environment, how do you support those students when you identify them that they are at risk. So this is really takes you through what we've learned today from the basics, bringing that theory and taking it to the practical approach. So here's an example actually of one of the activities in the course. We create the H5P interactive presentation using H5P, but you will also be introduced along the way through various activities such as wikis, where you will actually participate in a wiki, and then also a lot of forum discussions. So the duration of this course, this is really something that you have to take at your own pace. You want to build up a solid foundation with the theory and the pedagogies, and then build on top of that into the practical application of it. So it's estimated at 4 to 6 weeks, but since this is a massive open online course, you can complete it at your own time and at your own pace. So you can start the course any time of the year. You can do it over weekends, whenever you've got time. So I'm going to share the link to the course in the chat. But just before I do that, I just want to show you exactly how you access the platform. So if you're going to click on the link, it will open up this page. So it will tell you that you need to enroll for this course before you can access it. So all you need to do is click on continue. Now, the first page that you will get will ask you whether you're UNISA a student or staff member. So since this is open, you can click on no. So that's just the way I would differentiate, because the other one goes through automatically. So you scroll down here, there's this button here, create new account. And all you need to do is you type in a username, password, all the information. And then if you scroll down, you can create my account. So then you can log in. And I'm just going to go for this example, going to go log in with my account. I'm going to click yes and log in. So I'll give you the direct link to where you can enroll as well. So you just need to enroll or create an account once, and you've got access to all the various courses that's available on here. Okay. I just accidentally clicked the wrong one there. Let me just go back to this one. Okay, let me show you this page rather. So I'll just continue. Since I am a staff member of UNISA, I can just sign in with my Microsoft account. Know why it's taking so long to load. So once you're logged in, basically this is what you will be presented with. So there will be a welcoming section, and you'll notice there's an orientation section as well that just gets you started. So start off with the activity where you introduce yourself, do the baseline assessment. This is really for you as well, because you'll notice the questions in the baseline assessment is all to do with certain concepts within the course. And at the end, there's a post-assessment as well. So you can really almost grade yourself to see how you have grown through reading through all this material, learning the theories, and then also practically implementing what you have learned. So as we mentioned, there are 6 study units you can work through at your own time. We start off with a lot of theory, setting that real groundwork, the foundation on which you build. And then when you get to study unit 5, this is where you can now really start practically implementing it. For instance, with H5P, as you heard quite a lot through the session, you can actually see exactly how to create a H5P step by step, and then you can really build your own on top of that. Now, I also want to show you just a quick highlight, since we did cover gamification as well. So on this site, we've got various courses covering from Microsoft 365. So if you are familiar with Microsoft 365, there are open courses relating to that as well. But the one that I want to show you is specifically basic skills in digital literacy that we developed using gamified principles, where we've actually got a leaderboard. You gain experience as you go through the course, and you can actually see students participating in the course as well. And all of this can be actually built just using the H5P that you will learn through that MOOC, and then also some built-in LMS features. So have a look at this one. If you have an interest in gamification, have a look at this course as well. But to get access, I will share with you the link in the chat, but you can also scan the QR code. So remember, this is an open course. You can do it at your own pace. As I mentioned, this is actually aligned to what our e-tutors are. They do a formative assessment with this course, but this one has been adapted with new activities specifically for you that just want to grow your own skills. So I'll paste the link in the chat so you can click on that directly. Just remember, you need to create an account. I'll post a link now if you want to go directly to the registration form where you create your account. But from there, you just click on the enroll button and then you can access the course. So with that, I'm just quickly want to have a look to make sure that we've got all our responses captured. I'm just going to make sure it's updated so that my colleagues on the other end also have all the latest responses. From the competitions. So responses, we can say, is basically now officially closed. We've got quite a few responses that they are working through. I think they are still looking at some of the last ones that came through at the last minute. So with that, I'll just quickly, while that is updating, make sure I've covered any of the questions. So colleagues, please go have a look at this course. Work through it. We've just done it with quite a few facilitators as well through NAMISA. And, the feedback that we got from there is people that's been providing online facilitation for many years, but they never knew what the theory, the pedagogical tools, when they get a good understanding, how that will actually help them to realize what they are doing and also to help them make decisions on how they're going to adapt their activities in the future. But with that, I think all the responses have been loaded. So I'm going to ask Sheila and the team just to have a look at the last two that came through, and then they will give us a breakdown of the responses that they have received. I know during the whole period they have been looking at all of them. So I'll be handing over to Sheila just to nominate, or from the decision from the judges, which are the responses that won today. Thanks, Sheila.
Thanks, Richard. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you so much. I noticed that earlier I didn't even show my face to our lovely audience. Let me just my face briefly. This is me, Sheila Mpatlele, those who maybe never saw my face. Thank you so much. Colleagues, thank you so much for your responses. We also learning a lot from your responses. Unfortunately, we cannot win, all of us, and your information is very valuable. However, we were looking at colleagues who are specifying how exactly they would use this AI to facilitate or maybe to assess the students. Some of you just told us how the AI tool works, you didn't really tell us how you are going to use it in your teaching and learning space. So we have two winners who we feel they had a tie, and it's Banele and Jean. Let's give them a round of applause, colleagues. They explained so well how they are going to use their AI tools in their teaching and learning spaces. One of them chose the video creating tool, and I even went in and checked it out. It's so amazing. Colleagues, with AI tools, there are so many. It's good if we share, like if you learn about one that is doing wonders for you, share with other colleagues, and we all benefit. And one thing I notice again is that we can use them interchangeably or integrate them. You don't have to rely on only one tool, like Paul have been posting on the chat indicating how he is integrating some of these AI tools. So let's congratulate our winners. We have your addresses, and then we will contact you. Your earpods will be on the way to you, colleagues. And thank you so much. Over to you, Program Director.
Thank you, Sheila. So yes, we will be in contact with you. And remember, what you're really going to like about it is branded in ADOVH. So it will show everybody when you're listening music that you're listening to very good music, since we've been through our training. Now for our last section, it's just the closure. So we have a slight change with the closure. So I'm going to introduce Prof. Kumalo, the chair of the Department of Mathematical Science, and he will do the closure for us today. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and thank you so much, colleagues. Let me also show my video so that you can see that it's not some AI tool that is speaking. I would just like to thank those that have organized this workshop, particularly Mr. Boysa, who is our hard-working coordinator in the School of Science. We thank Professor Lekala, who is our school director, who opened the session for us. And we thank the facilitators. I have learned quite a lot today. As a mathematician, at the beginning, I was absolutely shocked that we can actually use OneNote to do various tasks that I didn't know could be done with OneNote other than just writing notes. So I'm very, very grateful. And I think the information that we have acquired here is going to assist us immensely in our teaching tasks, as well as we are going to be able to transmit it to our colleagues who are not in this session, in order for them to be able to use these tools as well. We thank all those who have participated, who have been here, those that have taken the time off on Saturday morning to be able to listen to and participate in this workshop. The tutors in particular, as well as some of our academics. It is a sacrifice, but it is a worthwhile sacrifice that we have made in order to be here. We have learned quite a lot. Not only have we learned skills of being able to teach and being able to transmit information, but I think it has been enlightening to me to learn about pedagogies, as well as ethics and all sorts of other issues, what we would say perhaps the perennial or supplemental issues that we need to that we need to understand as we do our teaching. We hope that there will be more of these, and we would like also to congratulate those that have won and have shown just innovation in terms of the AI tools. And we probably are going to ask you to actually assist us in various ways as well, as we seek to do better for our students. Thank you all, and we hope we'll have more of the same in the future as we try to be better in our teaching and in our teaching and learning space in the college, as well as in delivering good services to our students. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful afternoon, and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you, Professor. So thank you again, everybody, for attending. I know a lot of you, it's in a very cold area, rainy, so hopefully you were in bed attending this session. And others, I hope you have a wonderful day outside. This is sunny Pretoria, where we are. So we'll see you again in the next training. All the best with your facilitation. So goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye-bye, everyone.